Scholars of Islamic Civilization, which is being held for the third time in cooperation with the Institute of Islam Hazari and the leading scientific institutions of our country. From Eastern Turkestan to Cordoba, Islamic civilization grew rapidly between the 9th and 12th centuries, a period known as the Golden Age of Islam. The essence of Islam, which venerates peace, tolerance, science, and creativity, provided a fertile ground for the development of this civilization. Due to the high genius and universal discoveries of Arab and non-Arab Muslim thinkers, the civilization that emerged on the Arabian Peninsula left an indelible mark of the history of humanity. During this time, Central Asian scholars such as Khwarezmi, Farghani, Bukhari, Tirmizi, Ibn Sina, Biruni, and Ulugh Bek, shining star of the 15th centuries, made discoveries not only in Islamic theology, but also in the physical and natural sciences. They established a solid foundation for the region's scientific and cultural development. With the current conditions of globalization, where distance is no longer an impediment to economic and cultural cooperation, the legacy of our great ancestors, scientists and thinkers, is crucial for educating the next young generation to become well-rounded individuals who have a firm grasp of the fundamental sciences and strong morals. Consequently, this seminar, which is being organized by the scientific communities of the two countries, will certainly enrich our shared scientific heritage, disseminate it to the global community, and expand our scientific potential. Once again, I express my commitment to supporting future scientific universities of the Institute of Islam Hazari, and I extend my best wishes to all of the participants. Thank you for your kindly attention, and good day at all.
Thank you so much, Anar Shazim Minvarov. And now we will listen to the paper which submitted by Shirmatova Malika Khan. It will be about the status of women in the modern Islamic world and the problem of ensuring the rights in Muslim countries. Please. Open the mic, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's good now.
Yes.
Okay. So this significant article analyzes social problems connected with women's rights in Islam. So Sharia is regarded as a legal code binding on all Muslims. So in a religion where everything is beautifully and intelligibly revealed and embraced, unfortunately, some segments of population severely infringe on the rights of women. The main issues that relate to the legal status of women in Islamic law most controversially lie in the field of testimony and inheritance. So in this regard, with this article, we will consider these two aspects in more detail before dwelling on the rights and freedoms of women in Islam as whole. So the Islamic and Muslim history of women has profound impact on the development of the state and the right to protection, in particular on the position of human rights and freedoms, on the status in society. The scope of their action in our time also remains very wide, which is largely determined by the close connection of Muslim law with the use of public opinion as a system, which still has an almost estimable value for the worldview of the widest section of the population in Muslim countries. It should also be pointed out to the indisputable fact that all of the world religions, it's closest to the right of use. In this regard, Muslim law and Muslim legal ideology are the connecting link. At the same time, emphasizing the nature of the status of the state of Islam, Muslim law has always been at the center of its teaching, and it was perceived not only as a system of law, system of norms, but also as a universal political and legal doctrine. So numerous Muslim societies which are recognized as one of the symbols of faith and the perfection and authority of Islamic law have a large number of centuries and continue to exist, mainly subject to customs. Customs are not included in Islamic law and never replace it as a law, but it doesn't mean that it's rejected by Islamic law. So it goes without saying that some practices may be illegal in terms of Islamic law, but in the place of application of Muslim countries, they take place. So Islamic law divides all human actions into categories: recommended actions, indifferent, condemned, and forbidden actions. Custom cannot recommended actions that the law forbids, or forbids what the law considers reprehensible or only permissible. Islamic law contains very few imperative sentences and provides sample opportunity for free initiative. As a result of interpretation, it's possible, while remaining faithful to Islam, to carry out very significant change to the norms which offer Islamic law but which are not considered mandatory. The fundamental idea of many Muslim authors regarding the legal status of women in Islam is that it should be considered within the framework of the principle of social justice. So the difference in the status of men and women in Islam, first of all, concerns their different rules and functions in traditional Muslim society. The rights and obligations of men and women are equal, but they are not necessarily identical. Equality and identity, as we know, they are two different things. If the first is supported by Islamic tradition, the second isn't. Men and women should complement each other in a multifunctional organization rather than compete in a universal society. Gender equality in Islam is understood in a broader context. In other words, Muslims advocate a differentiation of the rules of men and women in order to more closely correspond to the natural characteristics of each of them. For example, it's known that in most cases, the economic responsibilities of male and female family members are different. In Islam, these circumstances is taken into account in order to comply with the specifics of physical differences between man and woman. Whereby the responsibility that a woman bears, for example, in her reproductive functions, is perceived in Islamic tradition as a necessary for society, and the economic responsibility for providing for a family that man bears. In other words, there is a certain compensation of mutual responsibility in the independence of rules in society. The same is true of the question of unequal inheritance between men and women. The institution of inheritance is often regarded as an example of discrimination against women. Also, even here, it's impossible to judge the corresponding Quranic text in isolation. In pre-Islamic Arabia, inheritance was the exclusive right of male relatives, who primarily included sons, fathers, and brothers. The woman was excluded from the list of people entitled to inherit. One of the main Islamic reforms in the field of inheritance is the Quranic injunction that applies the widow and daughters. Also, women's inheritance under Muslim law is how the share due to man. It represents a radical change from previous systems that completely excluded women in this matter. The fact that a woman in Islam is in accordance with the provisions of the Quran and Sharia enjoys a separate legal status is also often seen as an infringement of her rights compared to a man. In this case, first of all, it should be emphasized that each member of the Muslim community, whether male or female, from the cradle of the grave, has its own identity. A kind of personal legal identity guarantees every woman the right to make deals, do business, earn money, and own property independently of anyone. Marriage has no effect on her legal status, her opportunities, and income. If she commits any civil offense, her fine is no less, but no more than what a man is subject to in such a case. If she is incompetent, then like a man, she has the right to compensation. The Quran attempts to correct the position of women in relation to inheritance rights, but it cannot be said that the problem is solved quite successfully. In fact, it's difficult to accept that Quran prescribes ultimate equality between man and woman. At the same time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was Islam that introduced revolutionary norms into the practice of the medieval world regarding the problems of inheritance by a woman. Prior to the relevant Quranic provisions, a woman not only didn't receive inheritance from relatives, but she herself was bequeathed as some kind of property subject to distribution after the death of a husband, father, or brother. Giving women the right to inherit, Islam radically changes the status of women. In addition, the right was framed as a divine institution and not the result of political pressure. Interestingly, the verses about inheritance are contained in the 4th surah of the Quran called Woman, perhaps signaling the importance of the area for a woman. The Quran speaks in details about the division of the inheritance, taking into account the number of relatives and the degree of kinship. Some Muslim jurists have been discussing the problem of inheritance for many centuries within the framework of several theoretical arguments that they themselves propose. Accordingly, to one of these approaches, the brother receives a double share due to his sister because he's obliged to guarantee her support. The corresponding Quranic verses impose an obligatory on a person who has more profitable material opportunities to use them to support the poor. Thus, men are responsible for the material support of women. According to other approaches, the side's Quranic provisions on the rights to inherit apply only in the event of death. Naturally, the corresponding text of the Quran outsides the substantiate the others. For example, the verses from Surah Al-Kahf seems to sanction the need to make a will and do not directly deal with matters of inheritance. However, there are jurists who believe that the verses on inheritance were annulled after the verses on the order of inheritance were sent down. Thus, there are many approaches to the interpretation of issues related to inheritance. They contain many complex, often contradictory rules that require additional clarification and interpretation. Based on this, it can be assumed that Muslim jurists will continue the debate on these issues. In this sense, the Quranic provision concerning this issue, it would seem require reforming and rethinking due to the obvious progress of mankind and the inadmissible of gender inequality. This circumstances is a stumbling block for modern Muslim jurists. As Muslims, they believe in the heavenly origin of the Quran and cannot recognize the need for a different perception and interpretation of its individual provisions. Therefore, they often try to protect him from those who believe that such a position humiliates a woman, believing that this is how her dignity is ensured. Many jurists argue that in matters of inheritance and a woman's testimony, the ratio should be maintained on the principle of 2 to 1.
Malika, your time is out. I will give you just 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. The existing status of Muslim women in practice is in conflict with many aspects of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted in 1948 and other international human rights documents adopted by the UN. Therefore, some rights and freedoms in Islam conflict with the rights and freedoms enshrined in the International Bill and other international human rights instruments. So for now, the constitutions of most Arab states reflect the fundamental human rights and freedoms enshrined in the International Bill of Human Rights. However, these constitutions contain neither legal guarantees or rights and freedoms, nor a legal mechanism for protecting these rights and freedoms at the national level. Islam contains various human rights and freedoms which are reflected in its main sources, the Quran and the Sunnah. The teaching propagated by our Prophet Muhammad in Mecca is quite compatible with the problem of universal human rights, since during this period he called for the solidarity of all people, for social justice, including in relation to women, non-Muslim and slaves. Subsequently, these principles were somewhat tightened. Unfortunately, there are still many gaps in Muslim countries regarding the protecting of women's rights, but we hope that the situation will change for the better as soon as possible. So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Malika. It was very useful. And I would like to remind all our researchers that we have just 10 minutes. And also every questions or discussions will be at the end of our session, inshallah. Now, I will give the speech for paper for Radia Siddiq. It will be about behind the diversity of scholars in Islamic civilization. Please.
Thank you, moderator. I will be talking about what is behind the diversity of scholars in Islamic civilization. I'm sure every one of us here who has a background in Islamic civilization know that scholars in Islamic civilization came from various different backgrounds, but the richness of their diverse backgrounds didn't hinder the fostering of strategic cooperation among them. And interestingly, they were able to collaborate harmoniously in the Islamic civilization. How modern scholars debate this matter can be seen from the statement by Josh Sutton in his book, Introduction to the History of Science, 1975, when he said that out of 8 physicians whom I have selected as the most important, 6 were Christians. Of the 2 remaining, one was a true Arab, the other a Persian. And the same perspective was expressed also by Shoje and Panje in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, as they highlighted the role played by both Muslim and non-Muslim medical experts in introducing the medical science to the Muslim community during the early century of Islam. In fact, their research data reveals that 1/3 of the books in the field of medicine were authored by non-Muslim medical experts. That was what happened in the Islamic civilization. Me personally also discussed the issue of collaboration among scholars of different ethnicities and religions in 2006, where I explained that scholars of diverse religions and ethnicities work hand in hand to advance Islamic civilization, and cooperation between them occurred during the early stages of knowledge development through the activity of translating works from various other civilizations such as Greek, Persian, Indian, and so on into Arabic language. Some Muslim scholars worth mentioning here are Muhammad bin Ibrahim al-Fazari. We also have Al-Fadl bin Nawbakht. We also have Sa'id bin Yaqub al-Dimishki. Each individual contributed according to their respective capacities. For example, Muhammad bin Ibrahim al-Fazari contributed to the translation of the Brahmasputra Siddhanta. He was also an astronomer and became the first individual to create an astrolabe, an essential instrument in Islamic astronomy. Al-Fadl bin Nawbakht was a Persian scholar and contributed as a translator also, and also as an astronomer. Sa'id bin Yaqub al-Dimishki contributed as a translator of medical works into Arabic. In the context of non-Muslim scholars, some of the notable names include Hunain bin Ishaq, Salma Wahid bin Bunan, Abdul Masih Naima, and also we have Jurjis bin Jibrail bin Bakhtiashur. Hunain, for example, contributed to the translation activities from other civilizations into Arabic. This contribution corresponded to his expertise in at least 4 languages, including Arabic, Syrian, Persian, and also Greek. And Salma Wahid bin Bunan contributed to the field of medicine. He was once appointed as the personal physician to Caliph Al-Mu'tasim during the Abbasid era. And Abdul Masih Naima contributed as a translator of Aristotle's work in the field of theology into Arabic. Jurjis bin Jibrail bin Bakhtiashur was a Persian scholar who contributed expertise in the field of medicine. But Jurjis was not alone in this accomplishment actually, because 6 members of his family also contributed to the development of medicine in Islamic civilization. Okay, the contributions made by cross-ethnic and cross-religious scholars serve as a testament to the existence of strategic cooperation between both parties in the development and advancement of Islamic civilization. Religion is not an impediment to their mutual contribution to the advancement of Islamic civilization. We never denied their contribution, I mean non-Muslim contribution, and we also never and their contributions remain acknowledged and continuous to stay recorded in authoritative reference sources. Me personally, I find it preferable to employ the term scholars in Islamic civilization rather than Muslim scholars or non-Muslim scholars, just to denote those who have contributed to the advancement of science and technology within the realms of Islamic civilization, because the term more encompasses the group of scholars involved, including Muslims and including non-Muslim as well as their ethnic diversity. Now, let us unveil tapestry of diverse background of scholars in Islamic civilization. I'm interested in delving into the issue of strategic cooperation between Muslim and non-Muslim scholars, as well as relating it to the issue of universality. According to Kettani, for example, the hallmark of the golden age of Islamic civilization resides in its essence of, according to Kettani, for example, the hallmark of the golden age of Islamic civilization resides in its essence of universality. And this characteristic arises from the fact that the only unifying bond among individuals accepted in Islam is the bond of unity in belief and purpose in life. All Muslims are bound by an alliance called Ummah. And the Quran defines the Ummah as those who call to goodness, those who forbid evil and believe in Allah. What is interesting about this alliance in the Ummah is that it never opposes anyone who is outside of it. In fact, Muslims are always aware that those who are outside the Ummah alliance are also part of the entire human race. So this facilitates understanding how Muslim scholars are always willing to cooperate with non-Muslim scholars. Okay, Kettani also integrates the concept of universality with a tolerant attitude, and thereby resulting in 2 main premises. The first one is the exchange of ideas, and the second premise is the acceptance of foreign talent. In the context of exchange of ideas, Islamic civilization is witness to the remarkable interchange of ideas among scholars, spanning across religious and ethnic backgrounds. The ideas originally seeded by scholars from Greek or Persian or Indian and Chinese civilization seamlessly interweave with the intellectual contribution of scholars in Islamic civilization. For example, the original idea of Euclid from Greek civilization regarding mathematical concept were based on numbers and deductive methods, meaning that all operations in mathematics, according to Euclid, were related to numbers. Then Al-Khwarizmi came and further developed the idea within the realm of Islamic civilization, evolving into the concept of algebra, a mathematical domain emancipated from the confines of numbers. Another example is the utilization of the human body to study anatomy. Although Galen from Greek civilization used human as samples to study anatomy, Yuhana bin Masawai in Islamic civilization, he used monkeys instead of human body. So this clearly indicates that not every idea from other civilizations is embraced. Rather, theories incongruent with their values and beliefs are consciously disregarded. Okay, now we go to the second premise, which is accepting foreign talent. Islamic civilization witnessed individuals of varied ethnicities and religions being granted equal recognition for their exceptional abilities. Their expertise was fully utilized by the government, to the extent that some were appointed as personal physicians to the caliph and astronomers within the caliph's palace. For example, we have Jurjis bin Bakhtiashuk, who was a Persian, was a personal physician to Caliph Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, the second caliph of Abbasid era. And An-Nawbakht, who was also Persian, was an astronomer who served at the caliph palace. The willingness of Muslim scholars to cooperate with scholars of different ethnicities and religions was evidenced in the acceptance of foreign talent in state administration. To conclude this, I may say that the formation and development of a civilization are not solely dependent on the contribution of its native population. In fact, it may also receive influences from scholars beyond the confines of that civilization. An Islamic civilization witnessed the strategic cooperation that took place between scholars who came from various backgrounds, but everyone contributed to the advancement of the same civilization. Thank you, and over to you, moderator. Unmute, please, moderator.
Yes, sorry. Thank you so much, Radia Siddiq. Now I will give the speech for IBIC, Imam Maturidi International Scientific Research Center. His paper will be about Ibn Sa'd role in the development of Islamic historiography. IBIC, please. Open your mic, IBIC. Yes, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Dear
Alaikum assalam.
participants. My topic is Ibn Sa'd's role in the development of Islamic historiography. Muhammad ibn Sa'd, who has a unique place among Muslim historians, was a scholar of science, history, and Rijal and Hadith. And he was a great scholar, great jurist, faqih of Baghdad in his time. Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Sa'd was born in Basra in 784 and died in Baghdad in 845 at the age of 62. He made scientific trips to Kufa, Damascus, Raqqa, Medina, and Mecca. Ibn Sa'd arrived in Baghdad in 815. Here he worked as a secretary to the famous historian Muhammad ibn Marwaqdi and studied his knowledge. Ibn Sa'd received education from about 100 scholars. The names of Ibn Sa'd's students include the Arabic linguist Ahmad ibn Bayd, historian Ahmad ibn Yahya al-Dhuri, Muhaddis and Mutasawwif ibn Abu Dunya, Muhaddis Haris ibn Muhammad ibn Abu Sama, and Husayn ibn Fahm. A number of books are attributed to Ibn Sa'd in the sources. In particular, it was recorded that Ibn Sa'd wrote At-Tabakat al-Kubra, Kitab At-Tabakat al-Saghir, Akhbar al-Nabi, Al-Qasida al-Hulwaniya, and الزخرف القصري. In addition to this, Ibn Nadim attributed a work called Kitab al-Hiyal, Book of Tricks, to Ibn Sa'd in his work Al-Fihrist. Among Ibn Sa'd's works, the most popular work in the Islamic world is At-Tabakat al-Kubra, the major classes. This work of Ibn Sa'd consists of two parts. The first part is Sira Magazi, and the second one is Tabakat. Tabakat is the classes of companions, followers, and the later scholars. There are many manuscripts of the work in libraries of the world, in the countries of the world, such as Germany, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and Iran. Among them, the manuscript number 2835, kept in the library of Sultan Ahmad III in Turkey, is more complete copy. To date, about 10 modern editions of the work have been made. Among them, the edition published in 21 under the supervision Ali Muhammad Umar in the publishing house Maktabat al-Hanji in Egypt is the most recent and complete edition. Most Muslim scholars considered Ibn Sa'd to be an honorable, virtuous, truthful scholar and reliable Sika narrator. Zahabi and Ibn Hajar also accepted him directly as a reliable narrator. Ibn Nadim described him as Masturul Hal. His status is secret, Sika reliable, a scholar in the history of companions and followers. Ibn Khalikan also noted that Ibn Sa'd was an honorable, virtuous, and reliable scholar. One of the Turkish scholars, Shaban Oz, in his research work, stated that Ibn Sa'd's work, At-Tabakat al-Kubra, can be called the first encyclopedia on the biography of the Prophet. Dr. Ahmad Zia Umari noted that the importance of Ibn Sa'd's book is that it gained the trust of hadith scholars. Ahmad Nazir Atassi noted that the tradition of giving permission, ijaza, based on the work At-Tabakat al-Kubra was formed in Bilad al-Sham and nearby regions, and this work was raised to the level of a madrasa textbook. Ihsan Abbas recognized Ibn Sa'd as a historian who combined the traditions of the schools of history of Medina and Iraq. Western researchers also expressed important opinions about Ibn Sa'd's scientific legacy. For example, Orientalist Karl Edward Sahau stated that Ibn Sa'd demonstrated impartiality and honesty, thoroughness and precision, objectivity and originality in his work. Joseph Horowitz noted that Ibn Sa'd was the first among the Muslim historians to explain the issue of Dalail and Nubuwa in his work. Dalail and Nubuwa is proofs of the prophethood. Scott Lucas, who studied Ibn Sa'd's method of criticizing narrators, recognized him as one of the first representatives of the science of Jarh and Ta'dil and praised his place in this field. Ibn Sa'd's work, At-Tabakat al-Kubra, covers important topics related to the history of Islam. It contains the life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, biographies of companions, followers, and later scholars who lived until the middle of the 9th century. The work provides important information on the history of the prophets, the period of Jahiliyyah, the early Islamic period, the Rashid Caliphs, the Umayyads, and the Abbasids. At-Tabakat al-Kubra consists of two main parts. There are sections of Sira and Tabakat. In the Sira section, the events related to the Prophet, the life of the Prophet, are covered in the chronological order. This section contains information about the life, ghazats, and sariyas of the Prophet. The Tabakat section consists of the biographies of the companions, followers, and later scholars. In the biographies of companions and followers, Ibn Sa'd first mentions the person's name, his genealogy, nickname, and kunya. Then he gives information about that person's parents, his family and children, important historical events in his life, his activities, his position in science and in the society, and at the end he mentions the date and place of his death. Ibn Sa'd also touched on the subject of Jarh and Ta'dil. In this regard, he described the cases of hadith narrations of Tabi'in and Tabi'in scholars and briefly stated whether their narration is reliable or unreliable. The author's views on about 1,100 scholars are described in the work, and Ibn Sa'd used more than 30 Jarh Ta'dil terms in his work. One of the Turkish scholars, Shaban Öz, said that Ibn Sa'd started the era of comparative narration in Arabic, An-Naql al-Qiyasi, with his work at Tabakat al-Kubra. Many later historians referred to his work in terms of source and method. Ibn Sa'd is considered to be the first author who combines the genres of Sirah and Tabakat in one book. His method in this regard also influenced the work of later scholars. For example, Shamsuddin Zahabi devoted the first 2 volumes of his work, Siyar A'lam al-Nubala, to Sirah, and then divided scholars into classes, that is Tabakat. Ibn Sa'd is the first author to include information about Shama'il and Dalail in separate chapters in his work. He was one of the first Muslim historians to create the first example of the Shama'il book in Islamic historiography by collecting narrations on such topics as the qualities of the Prophet in the Torah and the Bible, his manners, his appearance, and his endowments in separate chapters in his work. Ibn Sa'd in At-Tabakat al-Kubra further improved the genre of Maghazi, the battles in the early history of Islam, by narrating information about Sariyas, which are not found in the works of historians such as Ibn Ishaq and Waqidi. A total of 57 Sariyas and 27 Ghazats are mentioned in his work. Through the work at Tabakat al-Kubra, a tradition of studying individuals into certain classes, that Tabakat, was formed and developed. In fact, in the work, the companions are divided into classes according to their virtues and lineages and their history of entering Islam. And the followers are divided into classes according to their hadith narrators, the periods, the time they lived in, and their cities. The last volume of the work, that is the 10th volume, titled Tabakat an-Nisa, the classes of women, is entirely devoted to the biography of women. In addition to female companions, some female followers, that Tabi'in, are also mentioned in this volume. The information given by the author allows to determine the personality, virtue, status of women in the early Islamic history and in the early Islamic society. It should be noted that the work Tabakat al-Kubra is considered one of the first sources that illuminate the biography of women. Tabakat al-Kubra contains valuable information about the social situation of the early Islamic era, markets in the time, clothing, food, types of work, professions and occupations, and commercial life in the early Islamic history. Later historians such as Balazuri, Tabari, Ibn Abdul Bar, Khatib Baghdadi, Ibn Asakir, Ibn Sayyidun Nas, Zahabi, Nuwairi, Ibn Kasir, and Ibn Hajar Asqalani quoted from the work at Tabakat al-Kubra in hundreds of places in their works. One of the proofs of the recognition of Tabakat al-Kubra as an important source in the study of Islamic history is the summaries, the mukhtasars written on the work. Ibn Manzur's Mukhtar al-Tabakat, Suyuti's Injaz al-Wa'd al-Muntaqa min Tabakat Ibn Sa'd, and Barq Tawhidi Sahib Zada's Mukhtasar al-Tabakat are among these summaries, that is, mukhtasars on the Tabakat al-Kubra. Ibn Sa'd's, as a conclusion, we can say that Ibn Sa'd's work at Tabakat al-Kubra has a special place in the development of Islamic historiography due to the fact that it is full of historical facts, provides extensive biographical information about each person, tabi'ins or sahabas, refers to many methods and influences.
Your time is out. I will give you just 1 minute.
I'm concluding.
Okay.
And he used and that the work at Tabakat al-Kubra influenced the subsequent works, as I said, Ibn Kathir's, Ibn Asakir's, Ibn Hajar's works that followed in terms of sources and methods. That's why we can say that Ibn Sa'd one of the most influential and one of the most talented Muslim historians who lived in the 3rd century of Hijrah. And his work at Tabakat al-Kubra is among the most important Islamic history works. That's all. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you so much, Brother Aybek. Now we will listen to Ismail Madian. Brother Ismail Madian will speak about da'wah and sustainability da'wah according Imam Ghazali theory. Please. Your mic, Brother Ismail. Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Here I am to present the title Da'wah in Sustainability Da'wah according to Imam Al-Ghazali theory. This title written by me and Sarif Adul, Saiful Azri Mokhtar Syariful Azizul from University Malaysia Sabah. Firstly, I want to introduce about Imam Al-Ghazali's name, Abu Hamid Muhammad Ibn Muhammad Tusi Shafi Al-Ghazali. He is a theologian, philosopher, and was born in 1058, 450 Hijrah. He is a great Islamic preacher, always paid attention to the need and understanding of his target audience when writing his work. Imam Al-Ghazali, also known as Hujjatul Islam, which means proof of Islam, in his famous book Ihya Ulumuddin, the revivals of the religion science, and extensive guide to the Islamic way of life. It's divided into 4 so it was a significant platform for Imam Al-Ghazali Islamic preaching da'wah and an important reference for studying da'i, the science of da'wah, and also it can be used for content in da'wah contemporary. Da'wah is inviting people, promoting and live a life in accordance with Islam, and the word da'wah come from the root word da'wah, which means calling or inviting. And the sustainability of da'wah is about the ensuring of the continuing of Islamic preaching through its education, community building, and so on, and also implies the need to preserve and protect the values, teachings, and tradition of Islam for future generation. So the method of study I use is qualitative by library analyze, And the main focus is his book Ihya Ulumuddin, although it's not a book especially about science of da'wah, but it provides guides and insight that can be applied to the practice of da'wah. Therefore, several other studies are used to further strengthen the analysis carried out. So, in my results, firstly, theory of da'wah. Imam al-Ghazali theory of da'wah is begin with hikmah, and then the second, knowledge, action, self-control, and da'wah. And the result, the second result is theory of the sustainability da'wah, also begin with hikmah and continue with development of strong leadership, education, and of right method of communication and motivational. Discussion. Imam al-Ghazali emphasized the importance of using wisdom and da'wah method, so that while da'wah and sustainability da'wah are different concepts, there can be shared some similarities in terms of method. Both require a wise, gentle, and respectful approach, leading by example, and effective communication and motivational with the intended audience. As an example, from the chapter on enjoining good and forbidding evils, Amal Ma'ruf Nahi Munkar, discussion about use method of da'wah by enjoining good and forbidding evils, and for the sustainability da'wah, use some method of enjoining good and forbidding evil by building a great leaders and powering institutions of enjoining good and forbidding evil. This both situation is reflected about the main method of da'wah, hikmah, wisdom. His book of Ihya Ulumuddin is a proof of a good example for the sustainability of da'wah, which in his scientific heritage in improving the spiritual and moral education of the young generation has been scientifically substantiated. The important thing from the sustainability da'wah lies in its ability to effectively convey the message of Islam and inspire individuals to embark on spiritual journey, ultimately leading them to experience true and lasting happiness. Conclusion, through this study, is the Imam al-Ghazali theory of da'wah and sustainability. In his book, Ihya Ulumuddin, theory of da'wah and sustainability of da'wah is a different concept, but method of both can be similar, so that the preachers must be creative and wisely in selecting suitable concept and method for their da'wah journey. That's all. Thank you for attention. Shukran wassalam.
Dr. Ahmad, can you unmute?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Brother Ismail. Now we have the paper of Brother Ikhtiyar Abdurrahmanov from Imam Maturidi International Scientific Research Center. Will speak about Alauddin Samarkandi views on tafsir and ta'wil. Ikhtiyar, please.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
أستاذ أحمد، أولا ممكن أن أتكلم باللغة العربية. أنا أقدم المقالة باللغة الإنجليزية، ولكن هل لي مثلا أن أتكلم باللغة العربية أم فقط؟
نعم، أعتقد جميعنا يعرف اللغة العربية. I think all of us يعني knows Arabic. No problem إن شاء الله.
شكرا جزيلا. وثواني أستاذ. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أيها المحاضرون في المؤتمر. الموضوع عندنا يعني آراء علاء الدين السمرقندي في التفسير والتأويل، يعني في شرح كلمة التفسير والتأويل. هذه المقالة تحتوي على الفرق بين التفسير والتأويل. علاء الدين السمرقندي هو عالم مشهور وفقيه شهير في الفقه الحنفي، ومع ذلك هو من أبرز المفسرين في التفسير أيضا، وله شرح كتاب تأويلات القرآن لأبي منصور الماتريدي رحمه الله، ويعني شرح التأويل.
اختيار. I think there is a problem. اختيار. We will wait, maybe come again إن شاء الله. Yar, are you here? Okay. Till he comes again, we will take the next paper and we will return to اختيار إن شاء الله تعالى. Okay. Yes, maybe take the next paper and we will inshallah return to اختيار when he fixes his problem. Now we will listen to Brother Doston Mustafayev. He will speak about Sayyid Sharif Jurjani and his scientific heritage. Doston, are you here? Doston?
I don't think Doston is here.
Yeah, okay.
So we will give 1 or 2 minutes for Ikhtiyar. Yes, Ikhtiyar is yes.
To come again. To come again.
Yes, Ikhtiyar is here, I think.
اوكي اختيار. عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. نعم.
يعني فلذلك يعني أعتذركم.
طيب هل يمكن أن تبدأ لأننا لم نسمع شيئا من البداية؟
تمام.
Yes.
نعم. أنا علاء السمرقندي نعرف هو صاحب كتاب شرح التأويلات لشرح التأويلات، وهو شرح لتأويلات القرآن لأبي منصور الماتريدي رحمه الله. وفي بداية التأويلات الإمام الماتريدي رحمه الله يعني فرق بين التفسير بين كلمة التفسير والتأويل، وعلاء السمرقندي في شرحه أيضا سار على منهجه وفسر كلمة التفسير والتأويل في بداية الكتاب. أنا في هذه المقالة كتبت عن آرائه في الفرق بين التفسير والتأويل. الإمام الماتريدي رحمه الله تعالى لخص الكلام في الفرق بين التفسير والتأويل، ولكن علاء السمرقندي رحمه الله تعالى وأتى بآراء المفسرين والمفقهين والمحدثين وكل ذلك. هل مسموع؟
نعم الصوت جيد، تفضل.
هو في المقالة كتب معلومات عن مواضع التأويل في القرآن. كلمة التأويل في القرآن ظهر في 17 مواضع مكانا في القرآن الكريم. التفسير والتأويل من الموضوعات الرئيسية في علم التفسير. اعتمد معظم المفسرين تفسير الكلمات الخفية والمجملة، ولو لفت المعلقون المفسرون الانتباه إلى وجود بعض الفروق بين التفسير والتأويل. الإمام علاء الدين السمرقندي رحمه الله تعالى بدأ كتابه بحل بعض المشكلات القرآن في فهم معاني القرآن بالاستنباط والرأي. وهو أورد في بداية كلامه أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: من فسر القرآن برأيه فليتبوأ مقعده من النار. وهو يؤكد أنه قال: وقد وجدنا السلف من الصحابة والتابعين رضي الله عنهم تكلموا في استنباط معاني القرآن بالرأي، فإنه لم يوجد في جميع ما ذكروا من الأقاويل حديث مرفوع ولا إجماع من الأئمة، حتى زيفوا تصنيف من أورد في كل آية من القرآن حديثا، وأنكروا أن يكون كل ذلك مرفوعا، وبخاصة الآية التي تضمنت الأحكام التي بالناس حاجة إلى معرفتها، فاستنبطوا منها أصولا لبناء الفروع عليها، وذلك منهم تفسير للقرآن بالرأي. فكان في ظاهر الحديث نهي عن تفسير القرآن بالرأي، وفي عمل الأمة وإجماعهم على استخراج معاني القرآن بالرأي دليل الجواز والإطلاق. فيرى يعني في الظاهر مناقضة بين الحديث والإجماع، فيجب التوفيق بينهما على وجه يندفع التناقض. ذكر علاء الدين السمرقندي ذلك الفرق، يعني ذلك التوفيق بين الإجماع والحديث، فأجاب وقال: إن بعض الناس أنكروا صحة هذا الحديث لما وجدوه خارجا مما عليه إجماع الأمة من حديث العمل، والإجماع من حيث العمل والقول سواء، والإجماع دليل من حيث القطع، وخبر الواحد موجب للعمل مع الاحتمال، فيترك بمعارضة الإجماع. ومن المفسرين من قبل هذا الحديث لاتصال الإسناد يعني والرفع إلى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم، لكن هم تكلفوا في وجه التوفيق على وجهين. فقال قوم منهم إن الحديث ورد في حظر تفسير القرآن بالرأي، وما جاء عن السلف والفقهاء في استنبات معاني القرآن بالرأي، فذلك تأويل لا تفسير، والتأويل خلاف التفسير، فاندفع التناقض بين الحديث والإجماع، وصح التوفيق مع ذلك. وأورد علاء السمرقندي مثل هذه الآراء، فقال بعضهم إن التفسير هو الإخبار عن شأن من نزل فيه والسبب الذي نزل به، وذلك إنما يعلمه من شهد النزول وعاين السبب وهم الصحابة رضي الله عنهم، يعني فوسع لهم التفسير لأنهم شهدوا ذلك يعني تلك الحادثة وعاينوا بالعيان. فأما غيرهم يعني غير الصحابة رضي الله عنهم لو أخبر بذلك من غير أن يسند إلى من شهد النزول فذلك تفسير بالرأي، فدخل تحت الحديث. فأما التأويل فهو تبيين ما يحتمله اللفظ من المعاني، وقد تعلق به حكم يجب علينا العمل به والاعتقاد له ظاهرا مع تسليم حقيته إلى الله تعالى، والاعتقاد بأن من أراد به حقيقة فكان بنا حاجة إلى معرفته، وهو جائز وسائغ، فإن الله تعالى جعل القرآن أصلا لجميع ما يحتاج الناس إليه، ويؤمر بتحصيله عملا واعتقادا، وليس كل ذلك في القرآن من حديث التنصيص، فدل أنه في القرآن من حيث الإشارة والإيداع، وإنما يستخرج ذلك بالرأي والعرض على الأصول، فلهذا قيل إن التفسير للصحابة والتأويل للفقهاء. والإمام الماتريدي رحمه الله أيضا أورد ذلك الفرق بين التفسير والتأويل وسمى كتابه أيضا بتأويلات القرآن، بمعنى أنه يعني يستعمل بعد ذلك بالتفسير أيضا، يعني ممكن أن نحن نفهم بتأويلات القرآن على اصطلاح بعض المتأخرين تفسير القرآن الكريم، لأنه يعني الإمام الماتريدي رحمه الله قصد بكلمة التأويلات يعني يعني تفسير الفقهاء، يعني الصحابة رضي الله عنهم حق التفسير لأنهم عاينوا بالعيان النزول والأسباب، يعني سبب النزول نزول الآية، فلذلك يعني هم لهم حق التفسير. أما عند غيرهم يعني فلا يجوز لهم التفسير، ولكن لهم التفسير فقط. وسار الإمام الماتريدي رحمه الله ذلك المنهج وسمى كتابه تأويلات القرآن، يعني نحن ممكن نفهم بكلمة التأويل من كلام الماتريدي رحمه الله تعالى التفسير عند بعض المتأخرين، عند اصطلاح المتأخرين. نحن ختاما أنا أقول المقالة كتب باللغة الإنجليزية، نحن نقدم إن شاء الله للمؤتمر أو للنشر، وأنا يعني في المقالة أوردت آراء علاء السمرقندي بين كلمة التفسير والتأويل عند عند السلف وعند المتأخرين بعضهم. ولذلك يعني نحن نقول إذا استعمل كلمة التأويل والتفسير، أولا نرى يعني ما المقصود من استعمال ذلك الكلمة عند المؤلف والمصنف، وبعد ذلك يعني نستخرج منه يعني الكلام الختامي. ذلك الكلام أستاذ.
Thank you brother اختيار. شكرا دكتور اختيار على هذه الكلمة. Now Doston is here or not yet?
Brother Doston, are you here? I don't think he's here, Dr. Ahmad Al-Damanhury.
Okay. If he isn't here, now we will go to discussions. If someone have questions or want to say something about these papers, please. Okay, I will start. I will ask brother اختيار. اختيار، أنت عملت على علاء الدين السمرقندي، هل تسمعني يا اختيار؟ اختيار، هل تسمعني؟ أنا كنت أريد أن أقول إنه هو عمل على علاء الدين السمرقندي، وعلاء الدين السمرقندي هو شارح لتفسير الإمام الماتريدي رحمه الله. وأنا عملت على تفسير الإمام الماتريدي، والإمام الماتريدي يفرق بين التفسير والتأويل، فيقول إن التفسير للصحابة والتأويل للفقهاء. فهل وجد اختيار في عمله فرقا بين كلام الإمام الماتريدي وكلام علاء الدين السمرقندي أو لا؟ This was my question. اختيار, are you here? Yes. Okay.
أستاذ اختيار في محافظة السردارية، فلذلك هو ممكن أن يعمل واي فاي، أن لا يعمل واي فاي أم إنترنت.
طيب. No problem إن شاء الله. طيب, if some of you have question or something, if there is no questions, we will inshallah end our session. Thank you brothers and sisters. شكرا لكم جميعا على هذا الحضور. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, everyone, Assalamu alaikum. We will start in about 2 minutes, inshallah. Okay. Mungkin pakai satu je. Pakai yang doktor. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Nanti sekejap lagi. Ini boleh pakai nanti kan?
Okay, saya explain kali dia. Okay. Bila doktor bercakap, doktor akan okay, bila
Okay, before we start, I would ask if all the presenters are already in the room. I would like to know if Mr. Bokhadirovich is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, brother. Miss Azian, Nur Azian, Mrs. Nur Azian. Mrs. Nur Azian, are you here? Not yet. Mr. Khalmuminov. Khalmuminov. Khalmuminov, not yet here. Mr. Ashon Kulov, Zainuddin Ashon Kulov. He not yet here. Mr. Alukulov, Abdul Latif Alukulov.
نعم أنا هنا.
موجود. تتكلم بالعربية أو بالإنجليزية بعدين؟
بالعربية.
بالعربية ها؟
نعم.
Mr. Damanhuri, أحمد سعد إبراهيم.
نعم هنا أيضا يجلس.
موجود في نفس الغرفة.
موجود نعم موجود.
بالعربية أو بالإنجليزية؟
أستاذ تتكلم بالعربية أو بالإنجليزية؟ هو يتكلم بالعربية.
You choose which one you want. Okay.
بالعربية.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Yurayev, Shukrullah Yurayev. No, yeah, here. Okay. Okay, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وبعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Brothers and sisters, participants and audience, Alhamdulillah, we are on the last session of our conference, and for this last session we will have around 7 presenters and also 1 invited speaker, in which every presenter has around 10 minutes only to present their papers. And I think we shall begin our session this evening with the recitation of Al-Quran Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Okay, my name is Abu Darda Muhammad. I will be your host for this evening. We have the invited speaker with us here in this room, Professor Dr. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail. He is from Malaysia and he is from the University of UKM and the National University of Malaysia. And he will be talking about halal economy, the clash of civilizations continues. Please, Prof, take the stage or the microphone.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you very much, Chairperson. So today I would like to present my paper on the halal economy, the clash of civilization continue. Can I have this slide, please? Can you share the slide? Yeah. Okay. Can you go to the first slide, please? Dan mengganggu. Itu. Pindahkan. Pindahkan atas. Cepat pindahkan atas. Okay. So can you go to the next slide? If you want to know about me, so you can Google my name because especially my affiliation and also my experience. So you can Google my name there. Can you go to the next slide, please? So as an introduction, I would like to raise several issues here. One is on the clash of civilization between the Western civilization and also the Islamic civilization have been noted by many scholars in the area of economy, especially by Huntington, Amo, Essentat, Perelman, and Swedenborg. Okay, so those are among the researchers or scholars that highlight this clash of civilization between Western and also Islam. And one of the conflict that I should note here is on the aim of the Western civilization. Okay, if you look at the aim of Western civilization is to achieve an advanced state of human society, containing highly developed forms of government, culture, industry, and common social norms. Okay, and we compare it to the Islamic civilization, and the aim is to be closer to Allah, connected the earth and heaven, subordinated this world to the hereafter, connected spirit and matter, and struck a balance between mind and heart. Okay, and created a link between science and faith by elevating the importance of moral development to the level of importance of material progress. Okay, next please. So if you look at in the economic perspective, scholars also discuss about the relationship between economy and civilization. And one of the main findings when they discuss about the role of the economy and civilization, so they find out that there is the role of economy in civilization. Okay? And one of the motivation of this study actually is to look at the views from many scholars, where the majority of scholars believe that the conventional economic system in the world is very much influenced by capitalists and socialists, okay? Or we call it as a Western view. But on the other hand, if we look at the Islamic economic system, which is highly guided by the Al-Quran and also the saying and the action of the Prophet ﷺ, has been practiced since 6th century or more than 1400 years. Meaning that if you look at from this, the knowledge about Islamic economic system have been there and earlier than the modern economics such as classical, Marxian or Keynesian and also the Chicago School. Okay, next please. And what we want to discuss here is why I prefer to use the halal economy instead of the Islamic economy. Okay, there is two different things. What is halal economy? What is Islamic economy? Okay, instead of Islamic economy. Okay, This reason why, because halal in Arabic refer to religiously permissible to consume or to do. Okay, so that is the different why I use the halal economy rather than the halal Islamic economy. Okay, and our view here differ from other scholars who argue that normally when you achieve a developed situation or developed condition, or you are in a good, your status in a good condition, so you forget about your religion. Okay, this is normal for the human being. Okay, so our view here is we want to create a distinct halal economy where it is based on the belief there is no God and Allah is the sustainer, and also Allah asks us to work and spend. Okay, so when we say that the rules or the rule of economy should be based on the rule of Allah, okay, because Allah is the sustainer of the resources, economic resources especially, and of course the halal resources, and how we obey that. When what you use or we spend, we obey the rules of Allah. Okay, this is how we want to look at. Therefore, from there, I can say that halal economy can be defined as a system for deciding how halal resources are used so that halal goods and services can be produced and consumed. Okay, next please. So here I want to say, but what is a halal economy? So four related concepts when we discuss about the halal economy. Okay, one is about the substance, manner, process, and exchange. Okay, and I use this category based on the what concept that been developed by Al-Qaradawi and also Imam Ghazali. Okay, so this is two main reference why I make a conclusion that when we discuss about the halal economy, we should be looking at the substance, should be looking for process, exchange, and manner. Next, please. So I want to discuss that one by one. What is substance? Substance is clearly stated in the chapter Al-Baqarah. Or you have believed, eat from the goods or lawful things which we have provided for you, and be grateful to Allah. Okay, and also we see that the unlawful item also mentioned in many verses in the Quran, where He has forbidden to you dead element, blood, and so on, and consume alcohol and consumption goods, okay, which are such as pork, which are prohibited, and clothes and jewelry. So it mentioned that, O children of Adam, we have bestowed upon you clothing to conceal your private part and as adornment. But two kinds of adornment for men is while permitting them to men, women, gold ornament and clothing made out of pure silk are not permissible. Okay. Second is, this is what has been done by many scholars, especially in the science area. They are looking for the process only. So the halal involves the process. What is the process? For example, slaughtering of animal. Second is fermentation process. Okay. Although, for example, pick up grape, crush and press them to extract juice is halal. But when leave them to ferment and also using natural yeast and leave to clear and then bottle them to that fermentation process, the number 2, number 3, and 4 are considered as haram. So the process involves the halal and also the haram. So you can take the halal first, the first and the second, but the haram is the number 3 and number 4. Okay, and also the process of production may also involve a combination of halal and also non-halal activities. Okay, you want to have a DNA, for example. So this is part of the process of production economy. Okay, next please. And another one is the halal is about the exchange, money and commodity. Exchange of commodity for money is permitted. So exchange money with, let's say, banana, money with mineral water, okay, is permitted. But if there is no interest, one. And then trade are conducted based on hand-to-hand mutual understanding. Okay. And the third one is the commodity purchase do not offend against the tenet of Islam. So the commodity should be halal. So you shouldn't make a trade exchange with non-halal. And then number 4 is no element of gambling. Exchange can also happen for money, what we call it as a buy of saraf. Of in forex exchange, we want ringgit and then we want to have the Uzbek currency, for example. Okay, money for money. Or we can offer our service for money. Let's say I'm a lecturer, I use my labor to deliver lecture, and my university pay me salary. So work service for money. So I can do that service for money. So I can do that the activities that is halal, lawful activities. Okay, next please. Okay, another aspect is halal manner. Okay, if you look at in the books by Imam Ghazali, Ihya Ulumuddin, on the ethic of earning and living, Kitab Al-Adab Al-Qasar Al-Wala Ma'ash, which precede the chapter on lawful and lawful matters, about the ethical behavior in earning a livelihood in promoting human well-being. Okay, not only that, justice, truth, and charity also in engaging in the Islamic business transaction. Okay, next please. So what we can say that Qaradawi also mentioned about unethical transaction. What is it, unethical transaction? Anything that can distort the market. What is anything that can distort the market? Okay, for example, here is tanajush. Okay, where you do not undercut one another in trade. So meaning that when you do the tanajush, meaning that income cannot be declared as a halal. So your income is haram. So then you do the activities, transaction which is not halal. Okay, next please. So what can we say about the narrative there? The narrative of halal economy and civilization. Okay, 3 subjects in economy that will lead to never-ending clash of civilization. One is on the economic institution. Okay, what is institution? Institution is based on the rules of the game. Okay, if you establish an institution, meaning that it is based on the rules of the game. What is the rule? We want to establish a mosque, for example, institution. So what is family institution, for example? Okay, halal marriage. This is one of them. Okay, family institution, halal marriage. From that halal marriage, what is the effect on, let's say, on the distribution of wealth? Are you entitled to get their wealth from that been inherited by your family? If you come, I mean, you do some unhalal marriage. Okay. So here we have an economic institution like the household, where Islam says that as a head of household, you work and receive income. You work in halal activity and receive income in halal income. And then how do you spend that? Spend for purpose like spend for your family, sibling, relative, and paying zakat. Inheritance, category of heir who are eligible to receive the inheritance. You are not eligible, meaning that you receive a haram. Okay, how to calculate the distribution? Of course, we have to refer to the faraid. Okay, so in conventional system, inheritance is considered as accidental. Okay, if you are a driver, you are also entitled to get the wealth from your boss. Okay, unplanned, so therefore it's considered as unexpected. Next, please. In business institution, you may choose 4 legal families, like in Malaysia. You set up a business based on the English law, not based on Islamic law. Okay, and also we had the French, Germany, or Scandinavian. So here, what we can say is different in legal origin cover the legal rules on secured credit, the efficiency of contract enforcement, and the quality of the accounting standard, and find that the financial intermediaries development. Okay, and then if you look at the example here is the where we have in Malaysia that we have a Sharia compliant company, for example, or halal company. Okay, Islamic business which is guided by Sharia law. We have the Islamic banking institution, we have the Sharia compliant company, we have the halal business that have been in the market since 1980s. Okay, and also various type of contract emerged significantly in the last 3 decades. Okay, next please. And then in a government institution, rely on the state revenue. Government tax us or we pay the what we call it the toilet tax to the local council, for example. Okay, we pay tax and then the government got revenue. Then the government, how the government spend if they got the revenue? Okay, so verily the sadaqah here tax on Muslim or zakat are only for the needy. So the role of the state is to take care of the needy, the poor, and those who work for this or the amil, and those who had are due to be reconciled and to free the next. Okay, we want to avoid the slavery, for example, here. Okay, and also you are indebtedness, you are in debt, so you have to release that person or individual from the indebtedness. Okay, in the part of God and for the wayfarer, a duty imposed by God. God is knower and wise. Okay, and you look at other revenues may come from waqf, sadaqah, al-fay, al-ghanimah, luqatah, nazar, and also kafara. Okay, market. What can we learn the narrative of halal economy in civilization? How the market look like in Islam? Okay, we believe in free market or a democratic way. Trade is permitted, but interest is prohibited. Okay, of course, in like say in Malaysia we have the like say the pawn shop. Okay, trade is permitted. You are free, but you cannot do the free market without imposing we shouldn't impose the interest. Okay, anything that distort the price or quantity to be demanded or supply are regulated by the following mechanism. No ihtikar, where price is not manipulated by buyers. No hoarding to avoid the ideal resources. Okay, correct measurement to create justice. We can learn what the story about the Prophet Shu'aib, where we practice the incorrect measurement or weight, so Allah banished them. Okay, and then provide perfect information to avoid unfair treatment in the contract. No illegal money to avoid the fictitious activities. So you cannot print money on our own. Okay, and then as reported by Salabi during the ruling of Khalifah Umar Abdul Aziz, the ethical incentive and economic freedom encourage business and trade activity. And what happened after that is it leads to the growth of trade and consequently increase in the total revenue of Baitul Mal or zakat on business. So from there, naturally, when increase in zakat, meaning that more allocation can be allocated to the society that lead to a rise in the quality of life of lower income group. And then finally, it's about manner. Halal economy is beyond institution and market. We are not talking about economy. We are not talking about market only, or we are talking about institution. We have a bigger size of halal economy. For example, we have so many institutions, Islamic banking, we have Baitul Mal institution, but Islamic economy or halal economy also about the manner. Okay, because in dealing with economic resources, there are several manners that need to be observed to be a good servant. What can we want to be a good servant? How can we consider ourselves as good servant? Allah asks us to spend what we have provided for you. Okay, and we live very much. Whom should we spend? We spend among others in the cause of Allah. Okay, for parent and relative, orphan, the needy, and the travelers, and spend in charity or zakat. Okay. Second is be an honest person, doing transaction with others such as dealing with measurement and weight. Okay, clearly stated in chapter Al-Shu'ara. Okay, be a living person such as a living the earth, meaning that we need to take care of our earth, make sure that our preserve our climate. Okay. And the manner that are manifested in the above economic activity shows that the characteristic of economic agent that we are looking for in Islam in halal economy. Okay. Next, please. So, okay, this is the final slide. So, how can we position ourselves in halal economy? If we look at the position in the global Islamic economy, Malaysia is #1 in the area of halal food, Islamic finance, halal travel. Okay, but we are not good in modest fashion, halal media and creation, and halal pharmaceutical and cosmetic. Who are the leader in cosmetic? UAE. UAE in halal media and recreation and modest fashion. How about Uzbekistan? Where are you in this global Islamic economy? So I think this is the time for us, I mean, the Uzbek and also Malaysia to work together, and then we can position ourselves in the global Islamic economy. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam.
Salam.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Dr. Abdul Ghaffar Ismail, who is a professor at the Faculty of Economy, the National University of Malaysia. Thank you very much for your presentation and sharing. Okay, now we will listen to the first presenter. I would like to remind that you have only around 10 minutes. When your time is finished, I will do the first sign of your time by doing this. Which means you have around 30 seconds to landing or to finish your speech. And we will have the Q&A session at the end of the session, after all the presenters have presented their papers, inshallah. So now we will have Mr. Yurayev Ulugback Bukhadirovich, who will speak on the topic of neurosurgical practices of Islamic scholars. Please take your
Assalamu alaikum, dear participants of conference. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak on this conference. I would like, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. As you know, Islamic scholars have made a huge contribution for the development of various science, in particular, the development of also considered complex science like surgery. In my speech, I will try and mention two persons who founded the science of microsurgery. During golden age of Islamic civilization, period scientists who achieved great results in many fields, people who received world recognition, scholars who contributed to the development of specific science appeared in Muslim society. It's enough to take an example, great contributions of Muhammad Khwarizmi to mathematics, Al-Idrisi and Al-Biruni to geography, Ibn al-Haytham to optics, and Ibn Sina, Ibn Khayyam in chemistry, and Al-Battani and Al-Farghani to astronomy, and Ibn Sina to the development of medical science. At the same time, Islamic scholars are recognized for their conducting research in narrow and complex fields. It should be said that they were enough specialized in such fields to conduct surgery, and that seemed unusual on those times. Muslims who have preserved the fundamental principles of medicine and rich experience of this field for the thousands of years, successfully carried out of the surgical practice of scientists such as Abul Qasim al-Zahrawi, who call it in Western world as Abul Qasim, and Abul Bakr al-Razi, who call it in Western world as Razis, and Ibn Sina as Avicenna. As we know this, and they contributed to the emergence of development of the field of neurosurgery, which is the more difficult area of surgery. Abu Bakr al-Razi, who lived 850 years to 923 years, was one of the first representatives of this complex field. His works in the field of anatomical was covered in published books as Kitab al-Hafi fi Tib, which means comprehensive books of medicine, and Kitab al-Mansuri fi Tib, to Mansur Kitab and dedicated to medicine. These two such kind of two books. This science described that the nerves of human body paired with the members of covered head and spinal cord have properties of providing sensory and motor function of the organism. Al-Razi was the first scientist to describe the state of concussion. In his books, he instructed students in tyrant surgery not to injure small nerves with cutting out tissue. Al-Razi wrote in his book that surgeons should study the anatomy in depth in order not to cut nerves and blood vessels without knowing. It should be noted the compared opinion of the ancient. This was a compared opinion of the ancient Greek surgeon Galen, that brain and spinal cord and the digestive system are single structure. Al-Razi assumptions that they are period structures turned to be correct. He said that peripheral nervous system consists of 8 cervical pairs, 12 thoracic pairs, 5 in the lumbar spine, and 3 pairs of sacral spine. Al-Razi found out the superior nerve from the right part. Nerve was divided in 2 nerves and succeeded in changing Galen's concept, which was used up that time. After Razi, people who made discoveries in medicine, in surgery, and were recognized in the world began to emerge from Muslim lands. One such person was Abul Qasim. Abul Qasim Zahawi, who lived in 1936 to 1030 years. He was a famous surgeon who worked in Andalusia. Now we know as Andalusia is now called Spain. He worked in Andalusia in thousands years common area. And his works, and his 30-volume works at Tasrif, in his 30-volume works at Tasrif, he provided information about the medical surgical procedures, treatment methods, and drawing surgical instruments. This works was translated into Latin in 12th century and became widely used in European medicine. These scientists raised surgery to the level of the separate profession, separating it from medicine. So, as Zahrawi invented many instruments used in surgery. In particular, it said that he invented syringe, clamp, surgical needle, and hook, both saw and kagut, for suturing injured areas. For kagut, who was used for suturing injured areas. In addition, the scientist was the first to use an anesthetic sponge to relieve a special pain. Before starting the surgery, he used a special sponge, thermostat liquid mixture used as the anesthesia, so that patients would not feel the pain, and put it on the patient's nose. The patients did not feel any pain after smelling it. Before Zahravi, surgeons injected pain-relieving tinctures into the patients, and as a result, many fainted and lost concussions. The practice of smelling pain-relieving chemical is also widely used in modern medicine. It's also scientifically proving that Zahrawi was the first to use surgical cotton to stop bleeding during the surgery. The fact the scientists used thermal burning to stop bleeding in the West was also novelty in this field. Another his innovation his innovation we still use it in the modern medicine is medical plaster used to prevent the spread of infection on wounded, injured body parts. Tools invented by him are still used in modern medicine. During his career, Al-Zahrawi conducted neurosurgical diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries. In particular, he mentions in his book At-Tasrif that he examined the disease of hydrocephalus. This means excessive accumulation to fluid in the brain. In newborns and gave instruction for treatment. It should be mentioned that Al-Zahrawi rich scientific heritage in medicine completely fills gap up in 15th century to the late period. His surgical experience were considered the most advanced in the European world.
Mr. Bokhari, you have 30 seconds to finish. 30 seconds.
Okay. So I say in conclusion, these two persons was famous person. First, because Zahrawi's heritage very famous, because famous French surgeon Guy de Charluc quotes Zahrawi in his book 200 times. And after that, Al-Zahrawi's works published in Venice, Basel, Oxford, in another European countries. And conclusion, I say that that was another scientist in medical in science of injury. It was Ibn Sina. Ibn Sina has very lot of works about the surgery, and it was his and that's people was that science was great, left great heritage, and we know that the Middle Age science who came from the Muslim lands gained the world recognition by making incredible scientific works and inventors in specific science. The advanced ideas were reflected in the scientific views of the scientists of the Western world and were forever preserved in the history of Islamic civilization. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Uriah Ulugh Bokhari for his presentation on neurosurgical. Thank you very much, and we will continue with the next presenter. The paper 13 will be presented by Mrs. Noor Azian Hassan Adali, who will talk on stress according to Al-Ghazali and Al-Muhasibi. Please take your speaking.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear my voice?
Unmute.
Huh? Okay. My name is Noor Azian Hassadali. I would like to share about stress according to Al-Ghazali and Al-Muhasibi. Oh, tak ni. Push screen. Share screen mana? Share screen mana? Share. Okay. Okay. Okay, introduction. The COVID-19 caused 25% in emotional disorder. Sekejap, saya tak nampak. Sorry. Okay. The introduction, the COVID-19 pandemic causes a 35% increase in emotional disorder due to stress, anxiety, and depression globally. According to the American Psychological Association, every infectious disease outbreak will cause a decline in mental health. In the field of health, stress affects the mental stability of nurses because it is closely related to work performance, health, and work productivity level. Hensel defined stress as the tension that occurs due to the response of the reaction of the human body and mind causes by demand and the exist one ability. Nurses are the frontliner who caring for COVID-19 patients and are likely to have higher work pressure than doctors and other hospital staff. Nurses work in a place where there is a high risk of close contact with people who are suspected or infected with COVID-19, as well as at risk of contact with object or surface contaminated by the COVID-19 virus. The pandemic of COVID-19 caused stress among nurses due to dealing with patients who can be infected with the virus during the treatment process and feeling tired because they have to work overtime. Okay, stress factor of nurses who treat patients with COVID-19. Number one, on self. In general, self refers to a person's image or view of himself, such as disappointment, guilt, lethargy, anxiety, and so on. Work ecosystem. A nurse's work ecosystem includes supervisor support, good relationship between employees, and the environment and equipment. Furthermore, the work ecosystem is also described as a process, system, structure, or situation in the workplace that has an impact on the productivity of the workforce. Number three, scope of work. The nurse's job area must be performed, including a large amount of documentation work as well as the necessity to move the patient. Number four, family factor. Family relationship also place strain on nurses, such as having to take care of parents, take care of disabled children, manage children, schooling, and so on. Islamic psycho-spiritual. Al-Ghazali noted in Kitab Ihya Ulumuddin that there are four fundamental parts of the human structure that shaping personal behavior, namely al-qalb, al-ruh, al-akal, and al-nafs. Islamic psycho-spiritual approach to dealing with stress according to the perspective of Al-Ghazali and Al-Muhasibi. At-tazkiyatu an-nafs is a process in educating the soul of a human being for internal purification and external formation, so as to be able to cope the that bad track that lead to mental illness and behavioral disorder. The tazkiyatu an-nafs approach emphasized by Al-Ghazali is about effort in the purification of the heart and soul. According to Al-Ghazali, the tazkiyatu an-nafs approach is a method of purifying the human soul. Whereas according to Al-Muhasibi, the process of tazkiyatu an-nafs is mujahadah an-nafs, riyadah an-nafs, and muhasabah an-nafs. Al-Muhasibi himself is earnest in practicing muhasabah al-nafs because according to him, he hoped the work of Sayyidina Umar al-Khattab, which means account yourself before you are accounted. According to Al-Ghazali, the process of tazkiyatu an-nafs is mujahadah al-nafs and riyadah al-nafs. Mujahadah al-nafs. According to Al-Ghazali and Al-Muhasibi, mujahadah al-nafs is the process of fighting lust or one form to prevention. This is because the passion in human beings are divided into three, namely nafsu amarah, the soul that invites evil, nafsu lawamah, the soul that regrets, and nafsu mutma'inah, the soul that is calm. Riyada al-nafs is the process of soul training or drill toward goodness gradually from the most difficult level to the most difficult level. In addition, Riyada al-nafs is to suppress aspect of the stability of faith, improve worship, and apply the nature of mamudah in the soul. Musahab al-nafs is the method al-muhasibi draw closer to Allah, taqarrub ila Allah. He explained the process of muhasabah al-nafs is to reflect and evaluate past deeds and future deeds. Thank you.
Mr. Adali, you have around 30 seconds to finish.
Yeah, I'm done.
You already finished?
Yeah, I'm ready finished.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I did not see that. Okay, thank you very much, Azian Hassan Adali, for her article on stress according to Al-Ghazali and Al-Muhasibi. And next we will have with us Mr. Feroz Khalmuminov, who will be talking on the topic of Baras, the cradle of Islam in Indonesia. The room is yours, Mr. Feroz Khalmuminov.
Hello, everybody. My topic is named Baros, the cradle of Islam in Indonesia. Baros is one of the central trading cities, which was the cradle of civilization in the Indonesia archipelago from the 7th to the 17th centuries AD. It's one of the oldest cities in Indonesia and is located in the central Tapanuli region of North Sumatra. This town is the first Muslim Arab village in Indonesia. In historical literature, the name Baros is also called Fanso. There are several reasons why Baros is called the oldest city in Indonesia. First of all the cities in Indonesia, only Baros' name appears in ancient historical and literary sources written in Arabic, Hindi, Tamil, Greek, Armenian, and Chinese from the early AD. Secondly, the ancient map compiled by Claudius Ptolemy, one of the governors of Greece located in Alexandria, Egypt during the 2nd century AD, also mentioned that there were trade cities on the west coast of Sumatra called Baros, and they were famous for their fragrant limes, and those cities were crowded with people. It's even said that camphor and its tree with some wood from the city of Baros was brought to Egypt for embalming in 5000 BC during the reign of Pharaoh Ramses II. Historian Thomas Arnold puts forward in his book Propagation of Islam that the view that Islam was brought to the archipelago from the Arabian Peninsula by Muslim preachers from the 7th century. Even in 977 AD, a Muslim ambassador named Abu Ali of Baros visited China to meet the Chinese emperor. Apart from this, a historical record found in Baros called Lobutua inscription written on a stone pillar in Tamil also shows that it was a major trading center. Baros, the former capital of ancient Lobo, has been explored by French historians. As a result of this research, Baros was a ethnic settlement of various ethnic groups such as Arab, Indian, Chinese, Tamil, Javanese, Batak, Aceh, Minangkabau, Bugis, and others in the 9th century. The team found many objects that are hundreds of years old. This suggests that Islam entered the archipelago directly through the Arabs in the 7th century. Muslim historians call this view the Mecca theory. This theory and evidence refutes the idea of Snok-Hurgron and other similar scholars that Islam entered the archipelago through the Gujarat region of India. Historical sources related the name Barus belonged to ancient times. As early as the 6th century, the name Barus was known in China because of camphor and its related trade. The Chinese knew camphor as polo perfume. According to Walter's records of the southern Chinese dynasty, which Liang Shu ruled from 502 to 557, mentions that one of the products of Liang Xiu and the peninsula was polo perfume. According to geographer Paul Whiteley, Tao Hangxing not only knew about it, but also included it in his work on pharmacology written in the 5th and to 6th centuries. In the records of Tan Pin Chao of the 7th century, it is said that camphor perfumes and ointments were brought from region of Polo. Also, the name of Barus is mentioned in the list of South Ocean states of the Buddhist I Ching, who lived in the 7th century. In his list of 11 regions, I Ching named Barus as Polo Sheikh and placed it last. Walter is the first to argue that Kern's suggestion that Polo Sheikh be accepted as a transcription of Barus is reasonable, supported by the use of the name Bolo Si before the Malay term Molo Yu. Based on the above evidence, it's possible to be sure that Barus was one of the earliest centers of Islam in Indonesia archipelago. Barus is documented in historical source from China and other Southeast Asian countries as a primary trading hub that facilitated connections between the archipelago and other external regions. According to this historical source, Fansur or Barus was a region that primarily involved in the trade of commodities between India and Middle Eastern countries. This proves that the Indonesian archipelago has long established trade relations with the outside world, especially with the Arab regions. Tibbets, as an English historian who deeply studied the historical and ancestral connections between the pre-Islamic Arab Peninsula and Southeast Asian merchants, recognized the importance of Sumatra and Java as a primary intermediary regions of international sea trade with China. Tibbets provides evidence that substantiates the contacts between Arab and archipelago trades of the period. Another such historical evidence is an ancient Chinese source that records that in the 7th century, specifically around 625, that is 15 years after the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, declared himself to be the messenger of God, there was an Arab village in western Sumatra. Later, this village was named Barus. In conclusion, it can be said that Barus played a very important role in the introduction of Islam to the Indonesian archipelago and its widespread in this region. The theory of the introduction of Islam to Indonesia by the Arabs through Barus has been supported by many Western and Eastern historians with various evidence in their research. In particular, historical sources left by ancient Arab historians and tourists are a clear example of this. Thank you so much for your attention. So,
okay, 30 seconds, brother. You have 30 seconds to conclude your speech.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you're done, huh? Okay, thank you very much. Are you finished? You finished with this?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Feroz Khalmuminov, on his for sharing his study on Barus, the cradle of Islam in Indonesia. Very interesting. And we will continue with the next paper, paper 15, that will be presented by Brother Zainuddin Ashamkulov. Brother Zainuddin Ashamkulov, are you here? Zainuddin Ashamkulov? Are you already in the room, Zainuddin Ashamkulov? I think the presenter is not here yet, so we will skip the presentation straight to paper number 16 that will be presented by Mr. Abdul Latif Al-Qulaf. That will speak on the role of Ruknuddin Ubaidullah Samarkandi in the spread of Maturidiyya teachings among the people, Bil Arabiya, ركن الدين عبد الله السمرقندي لنشر العقيدة الماتريدية بين الناس. تفضل مشكورة الأخ.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولا ركن الدين عبيد الله بن محمد بن عبد العزيز السمرقندي هو عالم حنفي وماتريدي في العقيدة. هو لقب في بين العلماء ولي الدين، زكي الدين، وزين الدين. هذه الألقاب ذكر في التراجم، يعني في كتب التراجم. هو في كتب التراجم ذكر فقط أستاذه الواحد اسمه مظفر الدين ابن ساعة. هو درس من هذا الأستاذ في مدرسة المستنصرية في بغداد. بعد ذلك يعني بعد تحصل العلم ذهب إلى دمشق واستقر فيها. وأولا ركن الدين سمرقندي كان مدرسا في المساجد بدمشق، يعني في مساجد دمشق هو يدرس عن الفقه والعقيدة والتصوف. وبعد ذلك في مدرسة الظاهرية، وبعد ذلك تم تعيينه مدرسا في المدرسة النورية. وفي المدارس وفي المصادر يذكر بين طلابه اسم واحد، يحيى ابن سليمان ابن علي أذربيجاني فقط. يعني عن أستاذه وتلاميذه المعلومات في التراجم، في كتب التراجم قليل جدا. عبيد الله السمرقندي عرف من علماء المذهب الحنفي. أتقن علوم الكلام والفقه والتفسير والحديث والتصوف، وألف مؤلفات في هذا المجال. وذكر في كتب التراجم مؤلفاته جملة مثلا الجامع الأصول. وهذا الكتاب ركز على أصول الفقه، وفيه إمام ركن الدين السمرقندي اعتبر يعني اهتم أن يبين فرق مذهب الحنفي ومذهب الشافعي في أصول الفقه. العالم دائما يعتبر ذكر علماء ما وراء النحر مثل أبو منصور الماتريدي وأبو ليث السمرقندي وأبو اليسر البزدوي وأبو المعين النسفي بين كلماته في كتبه يذكر أسماء علماء ما وراء النحر. وهو اشتهر أيضا في مجال التصوف. هو أمسك مسلك الطريقة على منهج ما وراء النهر. هو دائما نقد الطريقة التي لا تعتمد على القرآن والحديث، يعني دائما هو نقد مسلك الصوفية إذا اعتمد على الشطحات وغير معتمدة على القرآن والحديث. ركن الدين السمرقندي يفترق ببعض آرائه، يعني في بعض كتبه آراء هو يختص بهذه الآراء بين العلماء. منها الأولياء يختصون بفضل الله، أخذ العلم بوسيلة الإلهام والكشف. يعني هو يقول في كتبه العقدية الأولياء يأخذون بفضل الله العلم بوسيلة الكشف والإلهام. وأننا نعرف أن في كتب العقدية في مذهب الماتريدية وأهل السنة والجماعة وسائل العلم في وسائل العلم لا يدخل إلهام والكشف. هنا لابد أن نعتبر أن الإلهام والوحي يفترق في نقطة واحدة، أن الوحي هو صاحب الوحي يعرف أن الوحي الذي يأتي له هو من الله تعالى، وصاحب الكشف والإلهام لا يعرف أن الذي جاء له الإلهام هو هل من الله تعالى أم من الشيطان. في هذه النقطة يفترق الإلهام من الوحي. من الممكن نظريا هو أيضا يعني آراء سمرقندي من الممكن نظريا رؤية الله في المنام وعند الاستيقاظ في بعض الأشخاص. يعني هو يرى هذا الرأي، يعني رؤية الله في المنام ممكن، وأيضا عند الاستيقاظ أيضا، يعني في الاستيقاظ ممكن أن يرى بعض الأشخاص، هكذا يقول، ولكن لم ينقل مثلا النص في هذا الفكر. وأيضا من فكره من الضروري الإيمان بالصفات التي تأتي في الأخبار وإحالة كيفيتها إلى معرفة الإلهية. نعم، أيضا العلماء يعني أهل السنة والجماعة في عن صفات الله تعالى هم يقولون صفات الله تعالى الذي جاء في القرآن الكريم يسمى الصفات الخبرية، هو لا نبحث عن كيفيتها، بل نفوض إلى الله تعالى. مؤلفاته، يعني مؤلفات عبيد الله بن محمد بن عبد العزيز السمرقندي على مجال العقيدة، عقائد الشيخ ركن الدين السمرقندي، فيه بين مسألة العقادية والصوفية. إذا اعتبرنا يعني اعتبرنا على كتب السمرقندي، هو يبين مسألة العقدية، وفي أثنائه يأتي يأتي بالصوفية، يعني بآراء الصوفية يأتي بين أثناء المسائل العقدية. مخطوطات هذا الكتاب فريدة، يحفظ في مكتبة السليمانية برقم 1248. وأيضا في مجال العقدية كتابه الثاني العقيدة الركنية في شرح لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. هذا كتاب معجز، ولكنه بين فيه مسائل العقدية على منهج الماتريدية، أساسا على منهج متون، على منهج المتون. لأن في هذا الكتاب هو نقل عن الإمام أبي المنصور الماتريدي، هو يقول هكذا: اختلف العلماء والعرفاء أن حقيقة الكلام كلام الله تعالى هل يجوز أن يسمعه بعض خواص عباده بلا واسطة حرف ولا صوت. قال إمام الهدى أبو منصور الماتريدي رضي الله عنه: لا يجوز، لأن صوت من لوازم السماع في الشاهد والغائب. وقال الفقيه أبو ليث وأبو يحيى الباشاغري مصنف كتاب اسمة الأنبياء عليهم السلام والمحققون من الصوفية: كلام الله تعالى يسمع على الحقيقة لا على العادة الجارية، تكريما من الله تعالى لبعض عباده. هو إذا رأينا هذا المتون نرى أن عبد العزيز السمرقندي، يعني ركن الدين السمرقندي، هو يهتم نقل آراء علماء ما وراء النحر جملة. مثلا إمام محمد أبو منصور الماتريدي رحمة الله عليه يأتي فكره أولا، وبعد ذلك يأتي أفكار علماء الآخر. في هذا الكتاب بين مسائل عقدية على منهج التصوف، وأيضا على الفصول. يعني هو هذا الكتاب على رغم شرحا لا إله إلا الله، ولكن هو فصل الكتاب على الفصول، بين في هذا الفصول عقيدة الماتريدية ومنهج الماتريدية على منهج إمام أبو منصور الماتريدي رحمة الله عليه. وأيضا كتابه الثالث في العقيدة الرسالة في الإيمان والكفر، فيه بين مسائل الإيمان والكفر على منهج أهل السنة والجماعة. واعترف هنا نحن لا نكفر أهل القبلة، أيضا لا نكفر أهل الفرق الذين يقولون لا إله إلا الله. في هذا السبب وفي هذا الصدد نحن لا بد أن نبحث كتب ركن الدين عبيد الله السمرقندي، لأن في كتابه جاء بعقيدة الماتريدية بعبارة سهلة، وأيضا هنا تفترق في بعض آرائه من الكتب الآخر، وأيضا هو سهل عبارة متون بسهولة لكي يتعلم الطالب عقيدة الماتريدية أم عقيدة أهل السنة والجماعة بسهولة. هذا هو ملخص الكلمة. إن شاء الله نحن نتم هذه الكلمة ونرسل إليكم كلمة مكملة إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله إن شاء الله. بارك الله فيك، جزاك الله خير للأخ عبد اللطيف Alakulak. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Latif Alakulak, on his speech on the role of Ruknuddin Ubaidullah Samarqandi in the spread of Maturidiyah teachings among the people. And next we will have, I will ask again if Mr. Zainuddin Ashankulov on our in the room now. If he is in the room, we will give the chance for him to speak. But if he does not, he is not here, we will give the space to Mr. Ahmad Damanhuri. Mr. Ashankolov, are you here? No. If you are not here, I think we will go straight to Brother Ahmad Damanhuri. Sa'ad Ibrahim Abdul Rahman Uthman Al-Damanhuri, who will speak on the topic of contributions of Muslim scholars in enriching cognitive research and epistemology, in which in Arabic it would be Musahamat Ulama al-Muslimin fi Ithara al-Bahath al-Ma'rifi wa Nazariyat al-Ma'rifa. I think Brother Al-Damanhuri will use the both language, Arabic and English, to present his paper. You can do that. Okay, thank you very much. Please take the room, Brother Al-Damanhuri.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu.
Your microphone, brother. You are on mute.
نعم.
All right. Okay. Now we can listen to you.
طيب.
Okay.
هل الصوت واضح؟
الآن واضح.
طيب. بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. أما بعد، ورقتي حول إسهامات علماء المسلمين في إثراء البحث المعرفي ونظرية المعرفة. نظرية المعرفة مما هو معلوم لدى الدارسين لعلم الفلسفة أن مباحث الفلسفة بعد استقرار المصطلح هي 3 مباحث: الوجود والمعرفة والقيم. وإن ألصق مبحث منها بقضايا العلم وأشدها أثرا في الآراء والمذاهب هو مبحث المعرفة أو نظرية المعرفة. نظرية المعرفة يقصد بها عادة دراسة منهجية منظمة لقضية العلم أو مسألة المعرفة بدراسة ماهية المعرفة وإمكانها وطبيعتها وطرق الوصول إليها وقيمتها وحدودها. ونظرية المعرفة تهتم بتكوين ما يمكن أن نسميه النموذج المعرفي Islamic model أو knowledge model، الذي يتغير الوقوف على موقع الإنسان في هذا الوجود، وذلك ببحث العلاقة بين الذات العارفة وموضوع المعرفة، أو بين القضية محل البحث من حيث الإمكان والمأخذ والحدود والطبيعة والقيمة. دور نظرية المعرفة يظهر أثره بدءا من تأثير عملية التفكير بصفة عامة، ويظهر في القضايا الاعتقادية بصفة خاصة. فنظرية المعرفة مهمة جدا في كافة المباحث العلمية والمعرفية، بل وفي حياة الإنسان وسلوكه اليومي. إذا ما أردنا المقارنة بين نظرية المعرفة عند علماء المسلمين ثم كيف يتناولها العلماء الغربيين وكيف أسهم المسلمون في هذا البحث، سنقول إنه العصور التي مر بها التفكير الفلسفي عادة عند الدارسين لعلم الفلسفة هي 3 عصور. العصر الأول مرحلة الفلسفة اليونانية، والتي تبدأ من طاليس وتنتهي بنهاية الأفلاطونية المحدثة. والفلسفة اليونانية كما هو معلوم بدأت طبيعية ثم تحولت إنسانية، أي انتقلت من البحث في الطبيعة إلى البحث في الإنسان. وقد كان لهؤلاء الطبيعيين آراء معرفية، فطاليس هو القائل بأن الماء أصل الوجود، ومعه هيراقليطس الذي يوصف بأنه مؤسس المادية الجدلية. كان يرون أن الحواس هي مصدر معارف الإنسان، لكنهما يجعلان شهادة هذه الحواس موقوفة على شهادة العقل، فالحواس هي أداة العقل للمعرفة. ثم جاء بعد ذلك أفلاطون الذي يعد أول فيلسوف بحث مسألة المعرفة لذاتها وأفاض فيها من جميع جوانبها. ثم جاء بعد ذلك العصر الإسلامي أو عصر الفلسفة الوسيطة، وفي هذه المرحلة وجدنا عندنا الفلاسفة المشارقة والمغاربة. الفلاسفة المشارقة الذين كان من أبرزهم الكندي والفارابي وابن سينا، وفلاسفة المغرب الإسلامي الذين كان منهم ابن باجة وابن طفيل وابن رشد. ثم أيضا في هذه المرحلة، في مرحلة العصر الوسيط، كان عندنا المتكلمين والأصوليين والمنطقيين، كلهم أسهم في نظرية المعرفة بإسهامات محترمة جديرة بالعناية. لو وقفنا وقفات عند فلاسفة المشرق الإسلامي سنجد مثلا أن الكندي، وهو أبو يوسف يعقوب بن إسحاق الذي يطلق عليه فيلسوف العرب الأول، حاول ضبط المعرفة والعلم في عدد من مؤلفاته، ومنها رسالة في حدود الأشياء ورسومها، وميز في مؤلفاته بين وجودين، وجود حسي ووجود عقلي، كما ميز بين المعرفة الإنسانية والمعرفة الإلهية، وعد المعرفة الإنسانية عقلية وحسية ومتوسطة بين الحسية والعقلية، والتي سماها قوة التخيل والتوهم. ثم جاء بعده الفارابي أبو نصر محمد ابن محمد، والذي أيضا وضع نظرية معرفية من أهم النظريات، وألف فيها كتاب البرهان الذي تحدث فيه عن العلم وتقسيمات العلم، وفي كتبه الأخرى أيضا. وكان الفارابي يرى أن المعرفة الإنسانية قد تكون بالقوة الحسية أو المتخيلة أو الناطقة، والقوة الحسية هي اللبنة الأولى لغيرها، أما المعرفة العقلية فتكون بالقوة الناطقة التي تتسم بالفكر والروية. ويقسم الفارابي العقل إلى عقل عملي يعلم الجزئيات وهو مبدأ السلوك والأخلاق، وإلى عقل نظري يدرك الكليات، ويقسم أيضا العقول إلى درجات متدرجة. أما ابن سينا أبو علي الحسن بن عبد الله الذي تناول الإدراك والعلم واليقين في كتابه الإشارات والتنبيهات وفي غيرها من كتبه، فقد أسهم أيضا إسهامات مهمة. ابن سينا كان يرى أن وسائل المعرفة 3: الحواس الظاهرة والحواس الباطنة التي تشمل الخيال والوهم وغيرهما، والعقل أيضا. ويرى أن المعارف 3 أنواع: معرفة بالفطرة، ومعرفة بالفكرة، ومعرفة بالحدس. وبالرغم من أن لابن سينا نظرية متكاملة في الوجود والمعرفة، إلا أنه انتهى به إلى ما انتهى إليه سائر متكلم الإسلام، حيث أدرك محدودية هذه الوسائل المعرفية وعدم إمكان الاعتماد عليها وحدها في التعرف على حقائق هذا الوجود. نظرية المعرفة عند ابن سينا مرتبطة بقوى النفس عنده، والتي يرى أنها الحواس والعقل والحدس، ومن ثم فالمعرفة تنقسم عنده إلى المعرفة الحسية والمعرفة العقلية والمعرفة الحدسية. يقوم ابن سينا بتقسيم المعرفة الحسية إلى قسمين: حس ظاهر إلى حس ظاهر وإلى حس باطن، وبين شروط الإدراك الحسي، وقسم المعرفة العقلية إلى عالمة وعاملة، وكلاهما يسمى عقلا بالاشتراك. فالعاملة هي المنوطة بتدبير البدن وسياسته، وعنه تنشأ الأخلاق، ولا تكون فاضلة إلا بخضوع القوى الحيوانية للعقل العملي. أما العالمة فهي معدة للنظر إلى فوق، إلى التلقي من العقل الفعال. ويقسم العقل النظري إلى هيولاني وهو الاستعداد المطلق، ثم عقل بالملكة وهو الذي تكون المعقولات الأولى قد حصلت فيه، وعقل بالفعل حين يمارس معقولاته، وعقل مستفاد وذلك حين يعقل عقله للمعقولات. والإدراك لا يتم عند ابن سينا إلا بعمليتين: تجريد المعقول من المحسوس، وتذكر النفس لحياتها السابقة في عالم المعقولات. أما المعرفة الحدسية فيقر بها ابن سينا ويعرفها بأنها إدراك مباشر للحد الأوسط سواء سبقه فكر أو لا. وجملة القول إن المعرفة تحصل عند ابن سينا بأن ينتزع الحس من الأشياء صورتها الحسية، وتظل تلك الصورة لها علاقة بالمادة، ثم يؤديها إلى الخيال فيبرئها عن المادة تبرئة أشد، ولكن لا يبرئها عن علائقها. أما العقل فإنه يصل بتجريد المعاني إلى درجة تصبح معها هذه المعاني مجردة تماما عن المادة وعن لواحق المادة، ويظل الحدس والمعرفة الحاصلة عنده هي أسمى أنواع المعارف. أما فلاسفة المغرب الإسلامي فأكتفي منهم فقط بأبرزهم، وهو ابن رشد أبو الوليد محمد بن أحمد، الذي سعى إلى تمييز العلم الحقيقي عن غيره في كتابه تهافت التهافت. وقد تابع أرسطو في كون الحس أصل المعرفة، والعقل يقوم بإدراك المعاني الكلية دون أن يكون لهذه المعاني وجود مستقل. ومن فاتته حاسة فقد فاته معقول ما. وانتقد الفارابي وابن سينا في قولهما بوجود الكليات وجودا مستقلا خارج النفس، كما انتقد طريقة المتصوفة القائمة على الحدس أو الكشف. هذا فيما يخص فلاسفة الإسلام المشارقة والمغاربة. أما المتكلمون فهم الذين نظروا في هذه القضايا بغير أن يعطوا للعقل استقلاله، بل بحثوا في القضايا الميتافيزيقية أو القضايا العقلية الماورائية الغيبية بضميمة الوحي. فتظهر هذه العناية الكبرى عند المتكلمين حين يصدرون بحوثهم العقدية بالحديث عن حقيقة العلم ومعناه وعن أقسام العلوم ومداركها وعن إثبات النظر والاستدلال، كما يتحدثون عن الأخبار وأقسامها والخبر الذي يوجب العلم وعما يعلم بالعقل وما يعلم بالشرع. المتكلمين كما تعلمون منهم الماتريدية ومنهم الأشاعرة ومنهم المعتزلة. أما الماتريدية فأقدم من رأيناه من المتكلمين أفرد هذه القضية في فصل مستقل هو الإمام أبو منصور الماتريدي رحمه الله في مقدمة كتاب التوحيد، كما نثر الكثير من أحكام المصادر المعرفية وما يتعلق بسائر النظرية في تفسير التأويلات. وقد جمعت آراء الإمام الماتريدي المعرفية في كتاب منشور اسمه نظرية المعرفة عند أهل السنة والجماعة، يمكن للإخوة والأخوات الباحثين والباحثات الرجوع إليه، وهو متاح على الإنترنت. من الماتريدية أيضا الذين اهتموا بنظرية المعرفة الإمام البزدوي الذي صدر كتابه أصول الدين بفصل معرفي هام تناول فيه إثبات نعم
30 seconds.
30 الإمام أنا طيب. الإمام البزدوي وغيره من الماتريدية والأشاعرة أيضا اهتموا بنظرية المعرفة وصدروا كتبهم العقدية بالبحث المعرفي. ما كنت أود قوله إن نظرية المعرفة التي أسهم المسلمون في تأسيسها تتميز عن طريقة الغربيين الذين كان أول من اهتم فيهم في العصر الحديث بنظرية المعرفة هو جون لوك، وذلك في كتابه مقالة في العقل البشري. نلاحظ على مدارس التفكير الفلسفي الغربي أن المعرفة الإنسانية جاءت عندهم مجزأة غير متكاملة، بمعنى أن بعضهم اعتنى بالحس وترك غيره، وبعضهم اعتنى بالحدس، وبعضهم اعتنى بالعقل، وبعضهم حاول التوفيق بين العقل والحس. ولم نجد مذهبا فلسفيا واحدا عد الوحي عندهم مصدرا من مصادر المعرفة، وذلك لأنهم اعتبروا الفلسفة بديلا عن الوحي وخصما له في كثير من الأحيان. أما المسلمون فقد رأينا عند المتكلمين خاصة أن الوحي من مصادر المعرفة الأساسية، وتحدثوا في الوحي بتفاصيل كثيرة، فقسموا الأخبار إلى أخبار آحاد وأخبار متواترة، وخبر الآحاد قسموه إلى ما جاء عن الرسل وإلى ما جاء عن غير الرسل، وأسسوا معرفيا لهذا المصدر المعرفي بحيث يمكن للإنسان أن يعتمد في بناء معارفه وفي نظرته لنفسه وفي نظرته للوجود على هذا المصدر الذي لا يكاد يعرفه الفلاسفة الغربيون. والحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. إن شاء الله الورقة فيها تفاصيل أخرى كثيرة، عندما تنشر الورقة تطلعون عليها بإذن الله تعالى، وشكرا لكم.
إن شاء الله. بارك الله فيك. الأخ أحمد سعد إبراهيم عبد الرحمن عثمان على المعلومات الكثيرة والمكثفة عن مساهمة علماء المسلمين في ثراء البحث المعرفي ونظرية المعرفة. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I will again call Mr. Zainuddin if he is here. Mr. Zainuddin Eshamkulov. Mr. Zainuddin Eshamkulov, 1, 2, and 3. I don't think he is here. Therefore, I believe that we have enough time to open Q&A session in which we have about 15 minutes before the closing ceremony, which will start at 4:10. At 4:10, 10 past 4. So I will open the room for the audience and the presenters to ask your question. If you do have questions to ask the presenters, or even if the presenters themselves have questions to the other presenter. Please, if you have one, I open the room for the question. Okay. That is not a question. Okay. You can use the microphone and you can use the chat box if you want to ask a question. Is there any question? We still have time. If you do not have question, I actually have a question, me myself, to the last presenter, Mr. Damanhuri. Mr. Damanhuri, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You actually talked about the civilizations of the Greek and the Islam of the Muslims, in which the Muslim scholars took some knowledge from the Greek, and at the same time they built their own knowledge and what do you call it, their own books and their own perceptions on the knowledge. But what happens in between the Muslims and the Greek? There are so many times, so a lot of time. What happens in between? How come the knowledge of the Greek be transferred to the Muslim era? Please, brother.
يعني إذا نظرنا إلى هل يمكن أن أجيب بالعربية؟
يمكن تفضل.
طيب، من المعلوم أن الحضارة اليونانية المسلمون هم الذين نقلوها للعالم، ولولا أن المسلمون ترجموا التراث اليوناني ما عرف الغربيون المحدثون شيئا عن حضارة اليونان القديمة، ولكان اختفى هذا التراث تماما. فالمسلمون هم الذين حافظوا على التراث اليوناني بترجمته وشرحه. وابن رشد يسمونه يعني الشارح الأول لأرسطو، والفارابي أيضا اعتنى بهذا. فالفرق بين الحضارة اليونانية والحضارة الإسلامية قرون عديدة تتجاوز 8 قرون تقريبا. ثم الفرق الذي يهمني ليس هو الفرق بين الحضارة الإسلامية واليونانية، ولكن الذي يهمني الآن هو الفرق بين جون لوك والإمام أبو منصور الماتريدي for example. يعني الإمام الماتريدي تحدث عن نظرية المعرفة بشكل متكامل، تناول الحس والعقل والأخبار. ثم جاء جون لوك الذي هو يعني أول غربي حديث تحدث عن نظرية المعرفة. الفرق بين الإمام الماتريدي وجون لوك تقريبا 700 سنة أو 800 سنة. فالمسلمون في هذا المجال وفي هذا الإطار سابقون للحضارة الغربية في الاهتمام بنظرية المعرفة والتأسيس للتفكير العقلي المستقيم. ومن المفارقات أنه الإمام أبو منصور الماتريدي رحمه الله إمام متكلم وليس فيلسوف، يعني نحن لا نعد الماتريدي فيلسوفا وإنما هو متكلم. ومع ذلك جاء بحثه المعرفي أو تأسيسه للمعرفة جاء يعني كأحسن ما يكون، ويعني بتفكير عميق لا يقل شأنا عن الفلاسفة الذين تحدثوا في هذا الشأن. السؤال الذي يطرح نفسه هنا هو لماذا اهتم المتكلمون بالتأسيس المعرفي؟ الجواب هو أنه المتكلمين كانوا في الحقيقة يريدون تعليم البشرية قبل أن يعلمونهم الإسلام، كانوا يريدون تعليم البشرية كيف يفكرون تفكيرا صحيحا، كانوا يريدون للإنسان أن يبني فكره على أسس سليمة مستقيمة. إذا الإنسان بنى فكره على أسس سليمة مستقيمة فإنه سيقبل الدين، لأنه الدين مبني على العقل المستقيم، العقل الصحيح. وبالتالي كان الاهتمام علماء المسلمين هو أولا قبل أن يدعو الناس إلى الإسلام وإلى التفكير المستقيم الذي يقودهم إلى الله سبحانه وتعالى، كان اهتمامهم الأول هو أن يعلموا الناس كيف يفكر الناس أو كيف يفكر الإنسان تفكيرا مستقيما، ثم هذا التفكير المستقيم المؤسس على مصادر معرفية صحيحة سيقود الإنسان ولا شك إلى الدين الصحيح.
Thank you very much, Brother Al-Damanhury, for his answer to my question. If there is another questions from the audience, I will open the microphone for you, the room for you. Is okay, Aya from Aya Sophia. Okay. Is that Aya Sophia?
She's from Facebook.
She's from Facebook, yeah. But Aya Sophia is nice name, and her question is toward the last presenter as well, Mr. Damanhury. I want to ask Mr. Damanhury's view on Islamic scholar. Islamic scholar had invented a lot of technology, but what happened to Islamic scholar now? That a lot of invention and technology are championed by Western scholars. Did you get that?
A lot of technology, but what happened to Islamic scholar now?
يعني العلماء القدماء صنعوا أشياء كثيرة، لكن ماذا حدث الآن؟ يعني maybe بالإنجليزي.
طيب.
بالإنجليش.
طيب. Muslims, I think Muslims has his own technology which was suitable for them era. We has, for example, Asturlab. Al-Asturlab, we can say this is the computer of middle era، يعني هو كمبيوتر العصور الوسطى. الأسطرلاب كان له أكثر من 1000 وظيفة، 1000 functions for example. فمن حيث إنه المسلمين ملكوا التكنولوجيا، نعم ملكوا تكنولوجيا لكن كانت مناسبة لعصرهم، والمسلمون كما تعلمون حكموا العالم. Muslims rules the world for about 7 centuries. So they have a lot of technology, but this technology was suitable for them era. Now what's happened? ما الذي حدث الآن للمسلمين؟ الذي أراه أن المسلمين الآن لما ضعفوا وتفتتوا وصاروا دول كثيرة، تفتتت العقول وصارت الجهود تتكرر، فصرنا الآن نستورد. Now we export our ideas and our technology and our philosophy also, and our view of our life, and sometimes our understanding for our religion from the other people. So now what we can do now, I said this is many times that we should begin with teaching our students in universities, in Islamic universities, and all over the world. We should teach them the Islamic epistemology, because Islamic epistemology will build them brains to establish technology and civilization and علوم ومعارف. All things in these all fields will establish on a specific view. This view will be suitable with our religion. الذي أقوله باختصار هو أننا ينبغي أن نعلم طلابنا في الجامعات الإسلامية في العالم كله نظرية المعرفة. نظرية المعرفة كما أسسها علماء المسلمون. لماذا؟ لأن نظرية المعرفة تؤثر في بناء العلوم والمعارف. نحن الآن عندما ننظر for example إلى علم النفس وعلم الاجتماع والأنثروبولوجي وهذه العلوم الإنسانية, this all human knowledge, سنرى أن هذه العلوم مؤسسة built on نموذج معرفي, paradigm, specific paradigm. This paradigm affect this knowledge, affect all this knowledge. So now عندما يتعلم طلابنا علم النفس وعلم الاجتماع وسائر العلوم الإنسانية بل والعلوم الطبيعية أيضا, فهم يتعلمون هذه العلوم وهي ليست بريئة وليست خالصة تماما من المؤثرات التي تحمل النموذج المعرفي المغاير. نحن عندنا نموذجان معرفيان يسودان العالم منذ خلق الله الخلق. النموذج الأول هو نموذج أن الله عز وجل هو محور هذا الكون والإنسان عابد لله في هذا الكون, وعندنا نموذج آخر وهو أن الإنسان هو سيد هذا الكون ولا شيء فوق هذا الإنسان. هذان النموذجان المعرفيان ينتجان علوم مختلفة, different knowledge. If Allah will be the center of knowledge or the human will be the center of our knowledge. So this is a different view. Now the Western view is يعني affect all our knowledge because Muslim now is weak. So we can begin with تعليم طلابنا النموذج المعرفي الإسلامي. هذا النموذج المعرفي الإسلامي إذا تشربه إذا فهمه الطلاب جيدا سيصبحون في يوم من الأيام باحثين وعلماء. هؤلاء الباحثين وهؤلاء العلماء سيؤسسون إلى علوم جديدة, علم نفس من علم نفس وعلم اجتماع وتكنولوجيا مع اعتبار الإطار الإسلامي أو النموذج الإسلامي.
Brother Damanhuri, would you say, responding to the question by Ayah Sophia, would you say that Muslims today, including the scholars themselves, they do not think the right way of thinking because they do not have proper epistemology and methodology of knowledge? Would you say that?
Again, please. I'm sorry.
Okay, again. Would you say that Muslims today, المسلمون الآن, حتى العلماء, even including the scholars, they do not think the right way of thinking, لا يعني يفكرون
بطريقة صحيحة
بسبب ضعف الابستمولوجي, النظريات المعرفة.
نعم
والمنهج.
أنا أقول هذا.
Would you say that?
نعم أنا أدعي هذا. نعم هذه هي دعواي. أنا أدعي أن التعليم خاصة التعليم الدنيوي في الجامعات في العالم الإسلامي غير مؤسس على النظرية المعرفية الإسلامية أو النموذج المعرفي الإسلامي, بل هو متأثر في أحيان كثيرة بالنموذج الغربي. نحن ننقل العلوم الغربية وندرسها لطلابنا, وطلابنا من حيث لا يشعرون يتأثرون بالأفكار التي هي كامنة في وسط هذه العلوم والقواعد ويتشربها الطالب دون أن يشعر. فلذلك نقطة البداية هي أن نبدأ بتعليم العلماء والباحثين لا سيما في العلوم الإنسانية والطبيعية, نبدأ بتعليمهم النموذج المعرفي الإسلامي أو نظرية المعرفة الإسلامية والتي الوحي فيها مصدر رئيسي من مصادر المعرفة.
Okay, thank you very much, brother. I would conclude what brother Damanhuri said is that we should begin with teaching Muslims, students with Islamic epistemology and also the proper way of doing research of the methodology. So this will help Muslims and Muslim scholars to create inventions and innovations rather than maybe fighting each other on what is right and what is wrong, especially on the issue of Aqidah and and Usuluddin. Okay, anyway, we are
even though
now,
in human knowledge, not just in Islamic knowledge.
not only just in
علم الاجتماع، الأنثروبولوجي، العلوم الإنسانية جميعا يظهر فيها أثر الإطار المعرفي أو النموذج المعرفي.
Okay, so you mean all knowledge, including psychology, including sociology, all the knowledge, right? Okay, thank you very much, brother. I believe that I will leave the room to the committee to set closing ceremony before we begin the closing ceremony. So I would like to thank all the presenters, and I would ask forgiveness if I have misconducted the session today, and I should leave the room to the committee before they start the closing ceremony. So we would wait around 4 or 5 minutes before the closing ceremony. Thank you very much, everyone. I would leave the room until now. Thank you very much. I will see you again. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much to Dr. Abu Darda for moderating the last session of this seminar. So we will begin the closing ceremony. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. His Excellency Mr. Ravshan Usmanov, Ambassador Republic of Uzbekistan to Malaysia, yang berusaha Associate Professor Insinyur Dr. Nazrul Anwanayan, Deputy Director Institute of Islam Hadari UKM, the Honorable Mr. Shauzi Minawarov, Director Center of Islamic Civilization in Uzbekistan, the Honorable Mr. Kamilov Muzaffar Murotovich, Rector International Islamic Academy of Uzbekistan, the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Risiva Gulchehra Shahkatovna, Rector Tashkent State University of Oriental Study, Uzbekistan, the Honorable Dr. Shovozil Ziodov, Director Imam Bukhari International Scientific Research Center, Uzbekistan, the Honorable Dr. Karimov Jamuluddin Abdul Zamidovich, Director Imam Maturidi International Scientific Research Center, Uzbekistan, yang berusaha Dr. Nurul Hafizah Muhammad Noor, Chairperson Third Seminar on Scholar of Islamic Civilization SSIC 2023. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let us begin the closing ceremony for the Third Seminar on Scholar of Islamic Civilization with Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. Okay, we have now arrived at the highly anticipated moment of our closing ceremony for this remarkable seminar. It is my honor to serve as your master of ceremony and guide you through this special occasion where we reflect upon enriching experiences, profound insight, and cherished memories we have gathered throughout our two-day seminar together. At this moment, I would like to invite the Honorable Mr. Shauzi Minawarov, Director, Center of Islamic Civilization in Uzbekistan, to deliver a few words of appreciation and reflection on behalf of the co-organizer.
Thank you, dear sister, dear colleagues, brothers and sisters. During 2 working days, we listened to the lectures presented by researchers from both countries. It gives me great pleasure to know that many young researchers from both sides were among the presenters. I greet and I thank the participants for interesting and topical presentations. Especially, I would like to highlight the report on Islamic economy. Indeed, the Holy Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet ﷺ teach us to be honest, submissive, thrifty, serve water, protect the nature, which is the basis of all economy. Maybe here lies the answer to the question why the Islamic world, who teached Europe to astronomy, mathematics, to ecology, medicine, lagged behind it for decades. Unfortunately, humanity is experiencing a challenging time. The proper concepts of tolerance and the preservation of traditions of noble morality to which Islam and its Prophet Muhammad ﷺ call are directly related to issues of peace and stability. As significant is the duty of preserving the Islamic scientific legacy. A researcher from the Collège de France visited me yesterday. She requested assistance in acquiring a sample of Samarkand paper, which has been used to create manuscripts since the 9th century. Our French colleagues is researching the structure of the paper and the prospect of restoring its production technology. Additionally, you must master numerous professions associated with the preservation of the Islamic scientific legacy. A vast number of unexplored manuscripts exist. Almost few historical documents, including historical maps, have been investigated. Thus, there are numerous areas in which we could continue working together. I am confident that our scientific institutions will continue to collaborate for the preservation and in-depth study of the shared Islamic heritage. I thank you for cooperation and for Saida, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shazim, for your inspiring words. Next, I would like to invite Yang Berusaha Associate Professor Insinyur Dr. Nazrul Anwar Nayan, Deputy Director, Institute of Islam Hadari, UKM, to deliver the closing remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon to both in Malaysia and in Uzbekistan. His Excellency Mr. Ravsham Uzmanov, Ambassador, Republic of Uzbekistan to Malaysia, the Honorable Mr. Kamilov Muzaffar Murotovic, Rector, International Islamic Academy of Uzbekistan, the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Rish Siva Gulchera Savkatovna, Rector, Tashkent State University of Oriental Studies, Uzbekistan, the Honorable Mr. Shazim Minovarov, Director, Center of Islamic Civilization in Uzbekistan, the Honorable Dr. Shovosil Ziodov, Director, Imam Bukhari International Scientific Research Center, Uzbekistan, the Honorable Dr. Karimov Jomoliddin Abdul Zamidovic, Director, Imam Maturidi International Scientific Research Center, Uzbekistan, and last but not least, our chairperson, Dr. Nurul Hafiza Muhammad Noor, the chairperson for the third seminar on Scholar of Islamic Civilization, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, ladies and gentlemen. As the curtains fall in the third seminar on Scholar of Islamic Civilization, or in abbreviation SSIC 2023, it is with immense pleasure and sense of accomplishment that I address you today. This gathering has been a true celebration of the remarkable contributions and enduring legacy of the scholars of Islamic civilization. From the record, there are a total of 19 presenters from Malaysia and Uzbekistan who shared their insights and on the greatest Muslim brains and scholars in historical Uzbekistan, such as Ibn Sina, Al-Jazari, Al-Biruni, Al-Khawarizmi, Al-Nasafi, Al-Bukhari, Al-Tamizi, Ul-Urbayr, Al-Maturidi, Al-Farabi, Ibn Sa'ad, Al-Ghazali, Sayyid Sharif Jurjani, Al-Muhasibi, Hafiz Kuhaki, Muhammad Ibn Hassan Shaibani, Al-Samarkandi, to name a few. Throughout the seminar, we have delved into the lives and work of these exceptional scholars, unraveling the depths and their intellectual achievements and the profound impact they have had on the development on human civilization. We have indeed explored their contributions to various fields, including science, mathematics, literature, philosophy, and theology, and have marveled at their intellectual curiosity, unwavering dedication, and the thirst for knowledge. In my opinion, the discussions and interaction that have been taken place over the course of this seminar have been nothing short of inspiring. Scholars, researchers, and enthusiasts from diverse backgrounds and disciplines have come together, fostering an atmosphere of intellectual stimulation, collaboration, and cultural exchange. Through these shared experience, we have built bridges of understanding, fostering a deeper appreciation for the scholars' wisdom and the university of their teaching. Here, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the esteemed scholars who have generously shared their expertise, insights, and passion with all of us here. Your scholarly contributions have ignited our intellectual curiosity, broadened our horizons, shed light on the enduring relevance of the scholar's legacy in today's world. Your unwavering commitment to pursue of knowledge and your dedication to preserving and disseminating the intellectual heritage of Islamic civilization is truly commendable. I would like to also extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee and the dedicated team who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the seamless execution of the seminar. Your meticulous planning and tireless efforts have made this event a resounding success. To all the participants, again, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for your active engagement and fruitful discussion. Your presence has enriched this seminar and creating a dynamic platform for the exchange of the ideas. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Nazrul, for a notable speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, Let us remember the connection we have forged, the ideas we have exchanged, and the friendship we have made. Let us continue to collaborate, support one another, leveraging the knowledge and inspiration for this event. Finally, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to everyone who has made this event a memorable experience. Your presence, passion, and dedication have contributed to the immense success of this seminar. With that, let us switch on our camera for group photo session before we leave. Kenapa terbalik?
Okay, anybody else want to open your video can open now. We give it around 10 seconds more. Hopefully from Uzbekistan might open your video also. There are around 28 participants in the Zoom right now. Okay, never mind. I don't see anyone else. Okay. Okay, everyone look at the camera and then smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Don't move. 1, 2, 3. Okay, everyone put the thumbs up. Okay. Yeah, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. See you again.
Thank you.